Καλημέρα σας.
Good morning. Today we shall have the start of the International Online Conference organized by CARE, the Central Union of Greek Municipalities, entitled Innovative Financing of Energy Efficiency Projects, implementing Prodesa program, which had as a thematic axis the upgrade of energy projects for the municipalities of Southern Attica. Once again, the municipalities are at the forefront. They are the pioneers in decreasing the energy footprint, but also we are the pioneers in adapting ourselves to climate change. So today, we have the closure of this very beautiful journey of the 3 year. The end will be in July. There is an extension due to the pandemic, but today we have our central conference where our municipalities will be quite active, shall present themselves, and we shall see the results of this triennial beautiful journey. And we shall see the footprint for the municipalities and a great lot of experience. Let us start with the host of this effort, the president of CARE, Mr. Papastergiou, mayor of Trikala, who once again is here to lead the municipalities in our country to new pathways, new actions. We welcome him, and straight away you have the floor to commence this beautiful journey today, this online conference due to the pandemic. President, you have the floor. You are in Trikala, if I'm not mistaken, says the moderator.
Κύριε Πρόεδρε, το λόγο λέω από τα...
You have the floor from Athens to Trikala. Please. Thank you.
στον αέρα.
Sorry for the lag. Okay. US in a very beautiful day for our municipalities, for the environment, a very beautiful day for a different angle that we shall try to give to our municipalities through Prodesa project. What we need to show is that obviously in front of us we have the daily routine of our municipalities, which is the one that we all know, but there are more important things possibly. There are more visions that should concern us. We must see how we can today use new tools so that we can give solutions to our citizens and to the environment. These tools are in front of us, and it's a fact for us to have no blinders. We must see them without any bias. I believe that it is quite clear that the energy efficiency contracts are a very useful tool used in a problematic way in some cases until circumstances become mature. So this is exactly the object of Prodesa, a program that started as a pilot. There were 5 municipalities in the Southern Attica. So the objective is to see how these very useful contracts of energy efficiency can become more mature, build, let's say, some standards, some guidelines, so that we cannot get stuck in the next day in procedures. And of course, this study that took place might be a beacon about how we shall run the RRF. The RRF, which is very, very important, and this will be also discussed by the Secretary General. We have these issues, we have these opportunities equally, because this is about opportunities, how we shall be able to use these contracts both in street lighting and buildings, and the whole package that will be allocated very important. It becomes even more important if we think that in the money of the RRF we shall add the private funds. So we shall broaden our dialogue about how we shall be able as municipalities to think about our footprint, our energy footprint, see how we shall be able gradually to materialize what we have discussed. And I believe that this one-way street for energy poverty, to consume less energy, not waste energy, and keep it for our co-citizens. To do so, we must move into buildings that will be autonomous, energy-wise, even passive, that is, produce energy, and gradually this model can be achieved in the neighborhoods and in our cities. What is important here is locality in producing energy. This should be of our interest. The issue of a consumer-producer shall be expanded, and our municipalities must be the first who not only will save energy but will also produce energy. In front of us we have electricity, electrification. I'm pretty confident and I'm pretty lucky that with Mrs. Bugu we are involved in such a very important chapter for the development of our cities. All this can be assisted, all this can be enhanced further by Prodesa project. It is a guideline, it is a pilot. And of course, this is an initiative taken by KEDE and all other partners to become a pilot for other energy efficient projects that will arise in the future. I wish you all the best and thank you for giving me the floor. I wish you fruitful proceedings. First of all, thank you very much, President and Mayor of Trikala, because indeed you set the whole framework. Today's municipality should work. And this is what Prodesa does, which is a significant project with different municipalities as partners. So, President, I believe that the future is wide open. We must speed up as municipalities equally to see more projects, because we shall have the know-how which will lead us into the new era. Exactly, yeah, I agree. We must see these new tools. There are too many out there. With the three projects, Prodesa, Seminakis and new NSRF, we must overcome ourselves in order not to lose not even €1, especially we're talking about significant for the environment project. Yeah, municipalities will be up to the task. We are here to implement, along with our partners, mayors and the municipal council around Greece and all other staff, this new challenge. I believe, President, this is very clear, this is very important, so that we can move into the next day. Yes, let us see the municipality in different angles. A new, modern, powerful municipality and regional authority. Obviously, we shall do the basics, but this is just the beginning. We shall open up the wings of the municipal authorities, even in parts that we were not involved in the past. No, now it's the contrary. I believe that energy poverty, RES, electrification are the issues that will make the difference into a new future for municipal. President, since Trikala is a city of pioneers, they have become an iconic model at a pan-European level. I wish that other municipalities shall follow, and of course they shall follow in the country. This project is very important because this is implemented by municipalities of Attica, but gradually this will expand the whole country. Here, thank you for this briefing, thank you for opening the works of this conference, and let us say that we shall listen to many serious speakers, the political leadership, the ministry, scientists, etc., that will lay the foundation for the next day. Thank you so much for your presence here, and we will be more than glad to have you later on with us to continue this day. Thank you. Let us continue with the moderator, with the moderating municipality, the municipality of Alimos. It has been here able to have with us the Vice Mayor, Ms. Simitropoulou Anastasia, who has led the foundation and has left her mark in the territory. She is a woman, which is even important, more important for us. We do believe in the importance of all people. So, my dear Anastasia, you have the floor to address this conference and share with us some initial remarks. Good morning to all. Seizing this opportunity, I would like to thank you for your kind words. It is true that women in our territory, we have undertaken significant parts of the municipal authorities, and we cannot challenge the fact that our mayor, Andreas Kondilis, gives the floor to every woman so that she can undertake her own sector and offer in the best possible way. After the quite successful and my dear mayor of Trikala, Mr. Papasteriou, and president of KEDE, we, being the moderators of the project, the mayor of Alimos, Mr. Andreas Cordelis, is the moderator. We would like to welcome you to this conference. The main access, the main leverage is the European project Prodesa. I would like to deeply thank all stakeholders, especially the ones of the KEDE, the ministries, the Secretary Generals, but also the people of the European Commission and of the European Council, as well as the different speakers who have come here with us to convey the knowledge and the expertise in this very important issue of financing municipal projects for energy improvement. Allow me to deeply thank Mr. Björn Zapfer, who will be a speaker in the second panel. Throughout this time he was with us. He is a very important project expert. We followed his example. Prodesa project is the first and unique project in Greece that is financed by the measure to enhance projects under the umbrella of Horizon 2020. This measure has as its sole objective to help local authorities develop new effective ways of organization, but also finance some actions so that we can improve the energy efficiency and decrease the CO2 emissions. All these are necessary targets set by the European Union until 2030. This is needed to tackle climate change. But all these high targets require new infrastructure, which require new funds from every member state. So, in the public sphere, there should be some responsibilities. That is, it must become the beacon, it must become the example to improve energy efficiency and decrease, or even better, get rid of the pollutant fuel. The budget needed to achieve all these targets in 2030 is quite high. There is not enough public funds, so we come here and there must be a leverage of private funds to contribute to this tackling of climate crisis. Knowing all this responsibility but wanting to essentially contribute to this project, the municipality of Alimos 4 years ago took this initiative and had the honor and the joy, along with the assistance of all partners of the project, we got the financing of Prodesa. Prodesa is a very important project, if I may, because it comes from a basic need in the municipality, that is, find financial resources. Its objective is to study and also test in practice innovative tools, financing models, which will facilitate and accelerate the use of the energy upgrade of the municipal infrastructure. And let me tell you that we are present many hours within the day in the municipal buildings. All people involved in local municipalities, we are 24/7 in the municipal buildings. We worked having in mind that we must use the private funding, the public funding for the private financing of different works, maximizing the benefit for our municipalities. We tried, and I believe we succeeded to do so, to co-shape balanced financing models that will deliver not just financially but at many more levels. These models are about, as I told you before, the building stock, our building infrastructure. This procedure, as well as the result of Prodesa, will be useful for all the municipalities around Greece. We have already started the transfer of knowledge and experience that we got into a grid of 30 municipalities that have become interested in that. I believe that we are invited in such a critical conjuncture to contribute all together, move all together, use, as the President said before, any model and tool available to move on and rectify the bad situations of the past. Coming to the end, I would like to deeply thank for your exquisite and brilliant cooperation all the Prodesa team, and mostly my dear friend, Miss Maria Androutsou, Mayor of Agios Dimitrios, the Mayors, Mr. Konstantelos, Mr. George Silbas, Mr. George Papanikolaou, my dear Ioannis Fostiropoulos, the Mayor of Paleo Faleiro, and Mr. Theodoros Abatzoglou, Mayor of Amarousio, and first of all, the President of KEDE, with whom I shall come to the end. Mr. Pastergiou, thank you so much for your attention. I wish you fruitful proceedings and all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Smitropoulou. The President of KEDE is here, and we are. It's a pleasure to have him here, of course, as all of you. All KEDE, the Central Union of Municipalities of Greece, are here to support you. And we all have to acknowledge the great achievements you have recorded. It's important also to know that PPPs, public-private partnerships, mandated offers to the market and to important and pioneering project. And this is a very important takeaway. President, would you like to add anything? No? Thank you. Thank you both. And we shall proceed with a minister which is very close to local government, someone who entered the Ministry of Domestic Affairs, of Home Affairs, showing goodwill to change things, to support local government, because, of course, local government is indeed an important segment of this society, and together with our people may bring about change in this country. And we have seen the Treaties project, another project that shall give impetus to all of us. So, Minister Pettas, welcome, and you have the floor. Thank you very much indeed. Are available in order to bring about energy efficiency, in order to save considerable resources for local authorities, and of course to upgrade our buildings. There are two important instruments for the municipalities. They call 3 with 150 million euro that help the municipalities upgrade their equipment and install low-scale photovoltaic systems. So there is a budget of 150 million euro. Thanks to the interest of all of you, we have received proposals for 175 million euro from several municipalities. Already 3 projects have been accepted and approved to funding with a budget of 6.2 million, and more will come. The municipalities of Kilarer and Papa are under study, and other project proposals will be studied in order to be approved today and accepted for funding. So this is a very interesting project, and I would like to call on all of you to use this project. And of course, there's also the Recovery Fund, and there is also the NSRF, which may be used alone or jointly in order to support even more projects which will increase energy saving, energy performance, and last but not least, of course, resource saving for municipalities, which will then be able to save money and earmark for other projects which are important for our citizens. Now, having said that, I am delighted today to be amongst friends. We shall support any similar initiatives. The Prime Minister Mitsotakis is here, an ally of local governments, in order to upgrade everyday life of our citizens in this common place we have to live on this planet. And I would like to wish you fruitful proceedings, and I will continue. Of course, I will be with you. My connection will allow me to listen to the next speakers. Thank you very much, Minister. So local governments indeed may undertake important ventures together with the state. We all together need to share our part of responsibility for the design of the future. And there is now a series of instruments and tools available for local government, and I suppose that you already are thinking of how to include more municipalities in your planning. The President, I'm not sure whether you would like to add something. What is very important is the fact that Minister shows trust to the municipalities, and this is important. We shall continue with a woman, the General Secretary. For a General Secretariat for Energy and Natural Resources of the Ministry of the Environment, you will be responsible to pave the way for electrification, Madam, and I'm sure that your presence here marks the support you show and you have been giving to the local municipalities. You have the floor. Good morning to all. I would like to thank you for having me here. I wish you fruitful proceedings to your conference. First of all, I would like to greet you on behalf of Minister Skrekas. I would like to say good morning to the dear friend Minister Petsas and the President of KEVE. You know, these are two supporters of energy performance, and they have quite great energy also when dedicating themselves and their energy to these initiatives. So they are 360 energy supporters. Now look, I was reading about the Prodesa project, and that made me feel that this mirrors our vision for a just energy transition. You know why? Because the climate crisis may indeed be a global threat, but each and every one of us experiences this crisis at a local level, on a personal level. And so it occurred to me what we say, think globally but act locally. This indeed, I believe, should be our slogan. The municipalities are at the forefront of this battle struggle against climate change, and maybe the last year has been difficult for all of us, but we need to acknowledge that when it comes to energy and the ambitious targets set by the Prime Minister and this government in view of the green transition, Greece has taken systematic measures forward. It has already designed the steps to be taken to meet the objectives. We have the National Plan for Energy and Climate with a roadmap up to 2030, so that Greece may be climate neutral by 2050. The revision of the European objective to reduce by 15%, by a further 15%, the emissions by the European Commission, of course, make it imperative for Greece to speed up, as all the other member states. So energy performance is at the very heart of our policy. And indeed, it is at the core of all European policies for recovery in the aftermath of the pandemic. There is a renovation wave, that European strategy aiming at doubling the low renovation rates in the member states. So when upgrade of energy performance is important, needless, of course, to say what the benefits of that will be for society at large, apart from the saving of resources in lighting, cooling, heating, comfort in buildings, increasing the productivity of employees. It increases the comparative and added value as well as competitiveness of companies. So there are a series of benefits of energy performance. You are aware of the objectives we have in Greece. The final energy consumption should not exceed 16.5 megatonne. 1 out of 3 vehicles of our fleet needs to be electric by 2030. So we have set the bar really high, and this is why we need to speed up. Over the past 15 months, we have started some flagship project as the previous Execonomo program. Now the next version is being prepared. Also a project for the electrification and for the energy upgrade in universities. We are taking the first steps, but of course we need to improve energy performance in all the sectors, including the building stock. Of course, building stock, the buildings themselves account for 40% of energy consumption. We should not forget that, and our building stock in Greece is worst performing. The census of 2015 shows that out of 15 million buildings, 4.6 million are residences, and the rest public buildings, and all that need to be renovated, of course, energy-wise. And of course, when it comes to the public buildings, the municipal buildings, this indeed is a great bet, is a great challenge we should face in the next future. We need to mobilize and leverage all the available resources at national and community level. We would like to use all the innovative financing measures, the structural funds, incentives for private investments and greater leverage. An ally to that is the RRF. Out of the 16 billion earmarked for the green pillar, as far as we are concerned, 2.5 will be earmarked for energy upgrade of the building stock and town planning, urban planning strategy, 1.7 billion being earmarked for energy saving projects in buildings. Then there is the Electra project, which is being finalized. I mean, the invitation to tender is being finalized, and there we have 500,000 million in conjunction with the European Investment Bank. We believe that we will be able to leverage 1.2 billion. But of course, the necessary condition to that is to allow the municipalities to have mature projects. There is the Elena financing mechanism. I'm not sure whether you're familiar with that. This is technical assistance for the entities which take care of the energy performance related project. It is an initiative of the European Commission together with the European Bank. I would like to call upon you to also try to use to the utmost this fund, this mechanism, in order to speed up the studies. So it would be really important for you to be able to use the Elena mechanism. As far as we are concerned, we need to appoint energy responsible people in the building. This is very important. We need to take care of that, and we also will take care of promoting the institution of EPCs, the energy performance contract. Currently, we are trying to study all the factors which hinder the prevailing use of EPCs, which is why we are trying to standardize the EPCs. I am talking about the ESCOs. So we are trying to standardize the procedure for both the public and the private sector. And subsidies and loans are expected to be granted to the public authorities and semi-public authorities to ask the ESCOs for the necessary guidance. Then there is, of course, the NSRF, energy upgrades are eligible by sectoral programs, the operational program, the regional operational programs, net metering, storage of RES. There are several eligible proposals and ideas. So that what is called energy efficiency first principle in Europe is something that will be implemented in Greece as well. By way of conclusion, I would like to talk about what we call as the sustainable and energy efficient buildings. I believe we need to normalize that. We need to have these buildings as the prevailing rule. It is our response to energy poverty, and they need to be part of our endeavors with a view to bringing about radical changes in the everyday life of people. Thank you very much. I am looking forward to listening to the conclusions of today's conference and the proposals that will be put forward. Thank you very much, General Secretary. Thank you very much for having set the framework of your policy. You know very well that municipalities are your allies because, of course, we are convinced of the need to speed up, together with the ministry, with a view to upgrading the energy capital in our country. Now, I would like to give the floor to another woman, my dear friend Maria Androutou, Vice Mayor of Agios Dimitrios. Maria has been trying to upgrade the building stock and much more than that in the municipality of Agios Dimitrios. You have the floor.
Hello, Minister, Secretary General, President and Vice President of our Central Union of KEDE, my dear colleagues, people of the local authorities, dear guests and scientific partners. I am deeply happy to be here present in this conference, this online conference, to discuss about a huge, iconic project of local authorities, Prodesa, in the framework of the European Union, of course. We are in the creative part of the municipalities. During the last years, we're pretty glad to discuss about programs like Philodimos, Trichis program, the NSRF program, the regional programs, the PEP ones, which have a significant axis linked to energy efficiency issues, energy upgrade, energy saving, etc. And of course, all these are not a coincidence. Since 2008, the mayors joined forces to create a movement, a bottom-up, through the Covenant of Mayors. The objectives were quite aspirational, and we do see that as time passes, these goals have been fulfilled. The Covenant of Mayors, which led to sustainable energy projects and sustainable energy and climate afterwards, was a commitment for ourselves. Nowadays, there is a national effort to use all these necessary measures, have all the necessary initiatives, organize activities and projects so we could be able to join the European course about energy matters. Indeed, it's a very important bottom-up movement. We approach it as such since 2008, and gradually now we're talking about more than 7,000 stakeholders. So when Prodesa in South Attica came to materialize and conceptualize this goal, our municipality was there. I would like to congratulate initially the mayor of the municipality of Alimos, but all other municipalities that were with us throughout these years. We would like to thank our staff, our different people. I would like to thank the scientific partners of this effort, external ones through the other companies participating, through the different groups and stakeholders. Why? Because now we are in front of the implementation of this vision. As a municipality of Agios Dimitrios, to be more concrete, we chose from the very first moment to look into photovoltaics in our buildings. Having a first experience from 4 school buildings constructed by the school foundation, having established PVs, but also our initiative to have PVs in our private owned. I'm talking about our summer camp in Rafina. We wanted to extend this effort, and now we have an integrated study about installing 35 municipal buildings, PVs, that might lead to a total power of 2,381 kilowatts with a total investment cost of 2,435,000 euros. More technical issues can be elaborated later on throughout the conference, and my partner, the Vice Mayor, Mr. Koutsovasilis, is going to elaborate on that. I would like to thank him deeply for his whole effort, along with the technical service people that have been involved in this initiative. But what Prodesa does and why Prodesa is sustainable and very important to us in this current period, in a period exiting memoranda linked to the pandemic and all this recession, we're talking here about an innovative financing plan. What has been developed as a planification, as a concern, and as a financial analysis make us being more confident that this whole effort will lead in practice, in implementation. It will not just stay in theory. It will not be a piece of paper in the drawer of a mayor. It will not be a promise, a pre-electoral promise, but will lead to a tangible work and sustainable result. So the possibility to implement through different contracts of energy efficiency, as the Secretary General said, through the partnership of energy provision companies, all these along with the assistance of CRES, which is our consultant in this effort, and of the remaining partners, will make the municipality of Agios Dimitrios without any burden, without any modification of its budget. We shall be able to implement what has been studied throughout the years of the project and what was delivered through our partners and through our different operational executives. The possibility for the contractor to participate in the budget needed for the implementation of the project by giving partially or totally the cost and being repaid by the saving of the cost to purchase electricity that is saved due to the PV installed is an initiative that makes this project sustainable in a nutshell, I would say. And at the same time, in a period where municipalities are understaffed, municipalities now don't have the necessary staff that could monitor innovative projects. We do have the possibility, though, since the very core of the project, to have the guarantees not just for the tools, but for the operation of these PVs. All these data render our plan not an aspirational strategy, but something tangible, sustainable, that will be implemented shortly and can be a good practice conveyed to the remaining municipalities. For sure, allow me here to add that through this effort, we shall upgrade a very important issue related to intermunicipal cooperation. This should be the issue so that local authorities can open up its wings and prove that it can be creative, productive and competitive, and of course beyond any bias or any second thoughts about something that would belong to the public sector and will be bureaucratic. It's high time we changed our course and we moved into something very innovative linked to the future of not just our cities but also with the future of our whole planet. Energy matters, of course, are very high in the agenda of all of us. I would like to deeply thank all of us who met throughout this course. We will still be close. And of course I would like to thank Kede, because Kede believes in these initiatives, believes in this possibility to have a European partnership through different schemes, through different teams and groups, like the one we're talking about today, Prodesa. I would like to deeply thank you all because we can contribute today in such a fruitful way in this very important effort. Maria, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your effort in your municipality through the project, of course. Let me tell you that apart from the environment footprint, there are two more innovations. Money saving or resource saving, because we know that local authorities need more money, and on the other hand, partnership or networking between municipalities is very important for the future. Now, let us start this day in a dynamic way. Let us continue with the other partner, that is the municipality of Glyfada. Mr. Papanikolaou, due to other obligations, couldn't participate unfortunately, but we shall have with us Mr. Angelopoulos, the Vice Mayor from this coastal region of Glyfada. George, you have the floor to deliver your speech. Thank you.
Γιώργο, έχεις το λόγο. Δεν σ' ακούμε. Γιώργο, ανοίξεις το μικρόφωνο σου. Εντάξει, το καταφέραμε.
Thank you. I suppose now you can hear me. Minister, President of Kede, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, mayors, on behalf of Giorgos Papanikolaou, the mayor of Glyfada, I would like to welcome you to today's Prodesa conference, which aims to discuss innovative financing of energy efficiency projects. In an environment in continuous flux, in which we are called upon to set ambitious objectives at the international and European level with reference to climate change mitigation, environment saving, but also the creation of economies of scale, local administration, local governance is called upon in a very adverse environment to be up to the task. I firmly believe that similar initiatives are nothing but constructive and multipliers, for they give the opportunity to all of us to exchange know-how, knowledge in very topical issues as the financing of municipal energy efficiency projects may be. Which is why I would like to thank Kede, especially the president of Kede, dear friend Dimitris Papasteriou, for this important initiative, and I would like also to thank all those who are present today, and hopefully in the future we will have the possibility to meet again. Thank you. Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Thank you very much for these kind words. We need to extend a warm thanks to what Mr. Papanikolaou has been doing in the municipality of Glyfada. Thank you very much for being here, and we would like to give the floor now to an adjacent municipality, the municipality of Vari Vouliagmeni. And so we would like to give the floor to a mayor, quite active mayor, and so as a member, as a friend, and also as a member of the KEDE BOD, I would like to thank Mr. Konstantelos for being here and give him the floor. I suppose you can all can hear me. Thank you very much. I am delighted to be here with you in this online conference for such a topical and practical and useful discussion as energy saving and innovative financing of energy efficiency projects. So I would like to welcome all of you. I would like to warmly greet all the participants as one of the municipalities featuring the Prodesa project, and thank for their presence Minister Pettas, the dear General Secretary, all the colleagues, mayors, the dear friend and partner Dimitris Papasteriou, President of KEDE, with whom we are talking on a daily basis. I'm talking more to him over the phone than my wife. So thank you for your close cooperation. And I would like to give an overview of our approach to energy efficiency. Now, the reduction in the use of fossil fuels is a cornerstone to achieve sustainability. And for the sake of the next generations, this needs to be our overarching priority through actions which will allow us to meet that objective. Our municipality, since 6 years, and that is since my election as a mayor, has developed a series of actions and activities that are marked by the approach of sustainability. So any municipal activity and action are carried out focusing on sustainability, on the coexistence of the environment, human beings and the society. We have developed a series of strategic actions to cope with climate change, to reduce CO2 emissions, and generally to reduce energy consumption, not only of the municipal buildings and fleets, but also the private. And I would like, as an indication, to provide some examples. I would like, for example, to share our experience within the Prodesa project, under the aegis of a specialized European project, C-Track 50, and under the supervision of the administration and decision system laboratory of the Technical University of Athens. We have studied, we have drawn up a long-term study with the objective to meet carbon neutrality by 2050. And this is our roadmap, the roadmap which sets the objectives and suggests specific processes and procedures which will help us meet that objective, that is to have zero greenhouse gas emissions in 20 years' time, and carbon neutrality which will go beyond 80%. The actions developed in the period 2010-2018 has helped us exceed our expectations and our objectives of 2020 as they are reflected in the Covenant of Mayors, and we have also exceeded the energy consumption objectives by more than 27%. The data expected for 2020 will probably show a reduction of energy consumption by 34%. I am confident that we will meet the objective set by the European Commission by 2030, that is the reduction of emissions by 40%. As most of you know, the municipality of Vari Voula Vouliagmeni has managed to speed up, and in 2017 it installed a integrated street lighting network with a replacement of 10,000 bulbs, thus reducing by 62% energy consumption, while at the same time, as all our partners know very well, we have a generation of more and high quality light in the squares of our city and along our streets, having also eradicated light pollution. Electrification is also another overarching priority of ours, for together with the energy efficiency upgrade are the answer to reduce the use of fossil fuels and also street pollution. Today, we have 18 charging stations in various spots of our municipalities, and we are leaders in that. We believe that we have to invest in in electrification, and this is a first step to that objective. Our partner in this project is PPC, is the public power organization, which has the necessary know-how to provide energy and power to those charging stations. Charging will be charged after the first pilot period at very low cost. But of course, an action that charges electric vehicles cannot be characterized as green activity unless this power is generated by RES. And this is what we're trying to do. We have asked for the power used to charge the vehicles coming exclusively from RES in the future, because RES penetration is already in objectives through virtual metering the PV systems that will equip many of our schools and other public and municipal buildings will be at the forefront. At the same time, we have already drawn up a study for electrification, which envisages the development of an electric charging network with a charging station per 1,000 people. So approximately 70 charging stations will be installed in our municipalities, especially in the residential areas. In November 2020, our municipality presented yet another innovative action of the jointly used public cars. So we have taken several steps to develop electrification, because we intend, of course, to replace our whole municipal fleet with electric vehicles, and we have already submitted to the Stritis project a project proposal to that end. Having said that, allow me to say that our municipality is part of the Prodesa joint venture. This is an innovative project and we are delighted to be part of it. Since 2017, we have closely cooperated with the other cooperating municipalities, despite the delays and adverse circumstances, including, of course, the corona pandemic, to overcome any difficulties. Our municipality will implement energy efficiency and RES-related actions for a cost of 2.5 million euro through the public subsidy and the attraction of private resources in view of the execution of the European the energy efficiency contract. The RES generated energy will amount to 1.2 gigawatt hours per year, and we also intend to reduce CO2 emissions by 1,380 tons per year. In other words, out of our participation in the Prodesa project, we will upgrade our buildings. We will equip our buildings with cutting-edge infrastructure. We will gain know-how in using EPCs, and will also implement many other energy efficiency and energy upgrade actions, and this is how we intend to give the generations to come more extrovert city, citizen-friendly city that will be better for the everyday life of our citizens. An intelligent, green, and efficient city. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you so much, Grigoris, because many innovatives have been introduced in your municipality. It's very important. You are a model for many other municipalities in our country. Your effort is very serious and very meticulous, I would say, through the project, but also broadly speaking, as a municipality of the coastal front of Attica. Now, the other side of Attica, the municipality of Agianargiri Kamatero. Let us welcome the Secretary General, Mr. Analitis Vasilis. He will represent Mr. Tsirbas, the mayor. I would like to thank him for this presence. Vasilis, moving away from the beach to the other side of Attica, you have the floor so that you can tell us your impressions, and please respect the 7 minutes time for this speech. Thank you. Good morning, good morning. I should say that it's a coincidence that I'm the best possible person because I live close to Mr. Konstantelos, but I work here at the upper front, so I'm the best connection. Now, I would like to salute this conference. Unfortunately, our mayor, Mr. Tsirbas, got the vaccine yesterday, and he got the AstraZeneca, leaving the side effects of AstraZeneca. The municipality of Agianargiri Kamatero is here with different initiatives to reduce the CO2 emissions, reduce the climate change consequences, and broadly speaking, the protection of the environment. The upgrade of greenery, planting trees, the use of common materials, the shadowing of open spaces, water surfaces, but also the creative use of common spaces to the benefit of all conditions, to us are some priorities and contribute effectively to saving energy, offering a measurable result for everybody. Our objective as a municipal authority is quite specific and visible. It is to improve the different life conditions, the creation of neighborhoods that will be modern, bioclimatic, and with a less possible footprint. From the beginning of our mandate, we set as main priority the environment, saving energy, and the promotion of alternative energy sources based on sustainability. In the framework of the new transition towards a zero carbon footprint society, this target is proved to be not just feasible technologically, but attractive financially, creating new opportunities of investment through the use of development programs and, of course, development institutions. Our municipality is a characteristic example due to the remodeling of the center of our town, an old railway station, 65 tremors, that will be a new technological park, the crown jewel for Western Attica and Athens. We should say that our municipality actively participates in the Covenant of Mayors when it comes to tackling climate change and, of course, to a plethora of other European projects. We are faithful to our commitments as a municipal authority and to our principles and values. We do implement a plethora of projects really important for the creation of these conditions that will allow us steadily to move on towards our target and step by step improve the situation for our city, for our citizens and the people who pay a visit to it. Quite indicatively, let me mention that within these months we have moved on with the upgrade of our street lighting with the LED use. We have upgraded to new bioclimatic stations. We have linked build our buildings with natural gas, and in the 5-year development plan we have included 20 kilometers. This is an under construction project. We have also channeled and completed the remodeling of 10 squares with cold material. We have energy upgraded our cultural center, which is at the heart of our city. We have also installed lighting in the sports arenas. We have used cold materials in squares, and asbestos plaques have been removed from schools and public spaces. In a nutshell, in a quite short rather, we shall complete the operation of the municipal buses through electrification. We do create the technological park that I mentioned to you already. We are in communication with competent ministries so that it can be included in the recovery plan. We shall implement the structure and we will move on with the remodeling of the square of Agia Nargiri. At the same time, I believe that we shall be the first municipality to use hydrogen and a new energy mix. Our objective is to create municipal fixed transport that will use hydrogen. There are many things that are planned by the municipal authorities, but let me not reveal all our plans, not argue. The big bet to us is to use all available tools, all financing tools and programs, so that we can plan public sphere based on sustainability rules. Such a tool is Prodesa, of course. The different plans and the use of innovative tools for the implementation of this energy upgrade tools in the municipal buildings is a challenge not just for Greece but overall for Europe. Through this program, the municipality of Agia Nargiri Kamatero will upgrade 26 buildings and schools. To us, the budget is higher than Mr. Konstantelos' budget for the municipal buildings. We're talking about 6 million euros. And as a municipal authority, we believe in the education role of this whole effort. The view of the mayor, which has been inspired in all of us, is that if we do not lead by example, we cannot wait any response from them. So through these initiatives, the positive impact created to our city is very important. That is why we shall move on with supporting this program quite actively. We should here also say that very important to us is the way through which we shall try to finance this whole endeavor. The new energy mix that will be used, this is innovation for our municipalities and for the projects in our country. This is subsidized or will come out of a leverage of private funds at a percentage of 80%. The success of this project creates new data, new reality for all municipalities. I am glad because as a municipality we actively participate in this endeavor, and I shall hope that new perspectives will be also opened. We shall try to succeed in this effort and have more potential about a further upgrade of our building stock, broadly speaking, as municipality and country, changing our societies, creating more aware citizens and moving on altogether into a brilliant future. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't tire you much. I am here and I will follow your conference throughout the day, and I expect me to become wiser. Thank you so much. You went to the point and you respected the 7 minutes. You just missed some seconds. Thank you for that. You live closer to the beach, but you also know the other side of Attica, which is equally beautiful, along with your municipality. So you are making a huge effort for the energy upgrade, as you said, and this project is supported by municipal authorities because all authorities support these new ideas. Now let us move on from Agianargi de Kamatero. Let us go down to the beach again. Let us go to a beautiful municipality and a friend, Mayor, Mr. Giannis Fostiropoulos. As an old person in the municipal authorities, but as a new mayor, will leave his mark in the area with new activities. Giannis, thank you so much. You're always here next to us. You are always a pioneer in this effort, taking the relay from Mr. Hadjidakis, a very worthy mayor for your area, and this can be daily seen. You have the floor for 7 minutes. Thank you.
I will try to be even more concise than that. Thank you very much, Vice President of KEDE. I am indeed lucky because the partnering mayors are very generous in giving their know-how, and I would like to deeply thank them for that. Mr. Petsas, thank you very much for being here. General Secretary of the Ministry of Climate, Environment and Energy, thank you very much for your insights. I would like to start with the Mr. Papasteriou, the President of KEDE. I would like to thank him not only for his active participation in all actions and activities implemented, but because he is there prepared and ready to support all the municipalities of Greece. Ladies and gentlemen, the Paleophalliro municipality supported the Prodesa project from the very beginning, and I would like to share with you the lessons drawn. Although we had entered into the covenant of mayors, had not drawn up the energy efficiency management plan, and that could cost us their participation in that. However, there were other municipalities that supported us as a municipality devoid of the necessary infrastructure. We firmly believe in this project because, of course, we face challenges for our sustainability and problems of the environment that call on substantial interventions. To us, this is a challenge of how to achieve high growth rate, taking into account, however, all the sustainability-related importance. So, unless the mayors are technocrats themselves, they need to have some technocratic approach in order to take steps forward. And reality calls us to speed up, calls us to implement smarter projects to that end. It is obvious that in the years to come, we will need different answers to the problems of the climate and the environment. And these answers, these responses need to be based on the adoption of innovative practices, which is what we have been doing. Listening to Mr. Konstantelos earlier, I was thinking that many of these innovative practices and smart practices are our source of inspiration. It is not bad to be inspired by other mayors. It is not a bad idea to replicate good practices and success stories. This is what we have been doing. And certainly we need to all acknowledge that we need all to speed up because the timeline is asphyxiating. We need to come up with credit-worthy, reliable, smart solutions to reverse the trend. And this goes for all the humankind. But I believe that there's yet another parameter here in Greece which complicates the endeavor that needs to be made by all of us. The fact that we, local government, are not familiar, are not used to promoting this kind of transitions. But we know very well that crisis as the corona pandemic has strained social cohesion and our societies at large. And so this is just a taste of the challenges that need to be faced. Going back to normality after 3 adjustment programs and many consecutive years of austerity are very difficult. But let me not be theoretical. Smart financing, these mechanisms which are the answer of the European Union to today's needs make a difference. And so we need to adopt policies that will help us overcome the credit crunch in order to come up with new paradigms. And this is why the Prodesa project, in my view, is an integrated approach in a difficult project to substantially face the challenges in the road to sustainability. So thanks to the analysis of policies, thanks to the know-how and support of the European Union and the inspiration given by success stories of other municipalities, the Prodesa project has been very useful to us as well. We need to create the different life for our citizens, and Prodesa project and similar project may contribute to forging substantiated approaches in view of the of meeting the objectives of SDGs, and of course the local authorities, first and second tier, may be at the front in order to meet the objectives set. And of course, we need also to leverage the potential of our citizens and the business environment. The bottom-up approach is very important. So the municipality of Faliro has been supporting this endeavor. We have already been active and we will continue to be so. I would like to say to Mr. Zankfeld, the project advisor of the project, to thank him from the bottom of my heart. I would like to thank the project coordinator, Alimos, together with Mrs. Mitropoulou, Mr. Kondilis. I would like to thank the other mayors who, from the very beginning, were generous in helping the efforts we were supposed to make. They insisted in the municipality of Faliro featuring in this project. I would like to thank all the external collaborators who have carried out complex projects as the Horizon programs. The Horizon programs indeed are complicated, they are demanding, and so I would like to thank them for having carried out demanding tasks, and allow me also to thank the personnel of the municipality of Faliro. Although we are understaffed, our people do whatever they can in order to disseminate knowledge and know-how to the benefit of our citizens. Thank you very much, Chair, and I wish you fruitful proceedings. Yanis, thank you very much. You indeed managed to respect the time frame assigned, and I would like to thank you for that. We have speakers from abroad who are already connected, so it is important for us to respect the time frames. And allow me now to conclude this round of greetings, of introductory remarks by our municipalities, with Thodoros Abatzoglou, the mayor of Marousi. And with that, we go to a municipality of Northern Attica. So we leave the coastal front, but we now will travel to a very innovative municipalities indeed.
Good morning, thank you, Minister, Secretary General, my dear colleagues, friends, mayors and people of the local authorities. From Marousi, coming to the end of this circle, Allow me not to tire you with figures, because I believe that the stock-taking part will be seen towards the end of the conference, but I kept something from the greeting of the minister and the intervention made by Mrs. Zdoukou. Energy efficiency projects and energy buildings should be the new normality for everybody, a new normality that is linked to the targets set by the EU about issues of environment and sustainability. To us, it is a brilliant guide about what exactly we should do and how we must channel our actions towards the next period. It is true that Prodesa is to us a very important assistance and a very important beacon so that we can learn things and manage those things. I'm pretty happy from what has been done in Marousi. No, I'm not happy, but as you all know, I am never happy with what is being done. I always believe that we must do more things in a speedier way. So, undertaking these tasks for Marousi in 2019, there have been some delays when it comes to this issue for many different reasons, which will not be analyzed now, but let me tell you that now we have channeled our work towards the following 3 points. One is about the energy upgrade of specific buildings. Already we are implementing a program where municipal schools, high schools are upgraded, one municipal museum rather, we shall continue with 2 stadiums we have in our area with our municipal town hall and other buildings. This is a big project, but as you all know, this takes know-how and financing. Let me say here that from the very first phase of the project that we are starting, it seems that the regional programs plan underfinances this initiative. At the second phase, in cooperation with the different regional services, we shall see a reorganization of budget, whether we shall further enhance the energy interventions part, because what we are doing now, half is taken by the regional funds, but the other half comes from own resources. Marousi has own resources, but I don't think that this can take place throughout Greece. It is important to see this reallocation of budget to channel money towards energy efficiency goals. The second point of mine is that I learned many things from the colleagues who spoke before, from Agia Nargiri and from Vouliagmeni, and also from Agios Dimitrios and Alimos. Let me tell you that it is very, very important for all municipalities to be able to get updated and then adopt good practices. Indeed, no one should try to reinvent the wheel, but I believe that we can help each other by copying and adapting, of course, to local needs, the good practices of other municipalities. I am in favor of this logic, so with all the colleagues I will be in touch, because I want to learn even more things from the ones who preceded me in these matters. We are moving on when it comes to electrification. Already, the 3 first electric buses have been commissioned because we need to upgrade and renew the municipal fleet. We have a fleet which serves, in the good days, not now with COVID, 18,000 people per day. Consequently, you understand that the circle and the frequency of lines is such that if we move on from old buses to electrification, there will be a very significant improvement when it comes to energy efficiency. Another issue is about the bus stops we shall remodel all bus stops. There will be solar chargers in the bus stops. A third issue is that recently we finalized the natural gas connection of all our schools. Equally, it is important to say that we must talk about the remodeling of all squares and use cold material. And then these are very specific activities that will bring a big improvement of energy efficiency. Furthermore, within the next period, we are lagging behind in that, but now we started our procedure, that is the street lighting and light pollution. We're moving on with an upgrade of all the network of street lighting with LED lights. Ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, I don't mean to talk about anything else, but I am eager to listen to data and figures about how, in a better way rather, apart from Prodesa, which is an exquisite, innovative project and a brilliant tool. I heard about Elena by Mrs. Zduku, so I do believe that when it comes to the totality of our municipalities, we must have the know-how from the ones who preceded us, the technical assistance through these programs, and the resolution of the financing part, because we all believe that there is a necessity. We must not be convinced that this will be our target. No, we are already convinced. We must talk about implementation though. Having said that, good practices, transfer of know-how, financing, implementation, I will come to an end. Let me salute the brilliant initiative taken by KEDE. I would like to thank the municipality of Alimos, pioneers in this project, and thank you all. I will be here trying to be wiser. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed. You were on time, indeed. Yes, we must respect this time window. I agree. It is really important when we have a big agenda and many guests, especially from abroad. Indeed, it's a very important project for Marousi, and here allow me to say that this work started with the previous administration of KEDE and the former mayor and individual governor, Mr. Patoulis, and you resume that project. Because there is a continuation in municipal authorities. All actions and all efforts are not there to stop. We shall continue all together. This was the end of the greetings from the Greek partners, Greek municipality of Attica, and we shall come to the end of the first part with our friend from Slovenia, the spokesperson of the Council of Europe, who is a spokesperson of Climate Change and the Environment, Congress of Local and Regional Authorities, Mr. Vladimir Prevelic, who is quite patient, waiting for us in front of his camera to intervene. Apology for this small delay, says the moderator, because you know that time flies, words fly. So, my dear Vladimir, thank you for that. You have the floor, and we shall listen to your view about this project that we are implementing. Welcome to Greece, online though. Thank you. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I would be much more happy if I would be able to attend in person, because I love Greece. What I heard from the mayors from Greece, I have to say that I am astonished what a tremendous work has been done over the years and how many projects were already implemented. But let me take this opportunity to address you as a spokesperson on the climate change from the Council of Europe. It is an honor to be part of such an important conference and present the Congress point of view. The Congress is the pan-European forum of elected and local and regional politicians from 37 member states of the Council of Europe. In this role, our members contribute to implementation on several of the Sustainable Development Goals. Conferences like this are an opportunity to share inspiration and to be concrete at the same time. Here, we can discuss how exactly we're going to bring about the energy transition and how we're going to finance it. At the Congress, we are convinced that the local and regional levels are crucial to overcome the challenges posed by climate change. Almost 3/4 of the Euro population is urban, A big share of our environmental impact is therefore also generated in towns and cities. As we all know, a key component of the ecological transition is the energy transition. And it goes without saying that cities consume by far most of the energy. It is about 75% globally. But as a local elected representative myself, I can also tell you that cities are the greatest levers in the efforts to fight and mitigate climate change. National and international climate plans can only be successful if cities and regions are included in all stages, from planning to implementation. Local politicians are at the front line. We face the worst impacts of climate change. Therefore, we will also need to be the ones implementing the enormous transformations to come. The Congress is aware of the importance of cities in building a sustainable future. That is why we have made suitable societies one of our key priorities for 2021 to 2026. On the one hand, when we talk about sustainability, we of course talk about combating climate change. The Congress can act as a platform for city councillors from across Europe to discuss local climate action. Coordination, cooperation, and exchanges of good practices regarding climate change are essential. They help multiply the effect of local measures. On the other hand, Congress also addresses digitalization when talking about sustainable societies. Indeed, we can use digitalization to speed up Europe's energy transition. The use of new technologies will allow us to increase efficiency and manage energy supply through infrastructures like smart grids. Innovation and digitalization will also help us develop new systems to generate renewable energy. This is why to go if our cities are to become carbon neutral. Ladies and gentlemen, it is clear that cities and regions will be crucial to put in place the energy transition. As local elected representatives, we have to set a good example in terms of sustainability and energy performance. We should make sure that our own buildings are renovated and well isolated. We can modernize public transport, for example, by introducing electric buses. We can also provide training, give energy efficiency certifications, and give funding to citizens and small and medium-sized enterprises to optimize the energy efficiency. Allow me to share with you the example from my municipality, Kočevje, which is the largest municipality in Slovenia with an area of 555 square kilometers, but with modest 16,000 inhabitants. Since as much as 80% of the area is covered by forests, and we want to preserve the otherwise unspoiled nature, the basic starting point in our municipality is the implementation of measures for sustainable energy production. The district wood biomass heating system, which is upgraded with the cogeneration capacities, completely replaced the former oil heating. The system is constantly expanded as we always connect new users to it. The connection of our industrial zone to this system is especially important, thus relieving the CO2 emissions of our local businesses. As Kočevje is considered to be an average developed municipality in Slovenia, we decided on a system of positive discrimination that rests upon additional incentives for those who decide to install solar panels, heat pumps, reduce energy consumption of buildings, or decide to install solar heating systems. All these funds are provided by municipal budget. Through these measures, we have reduced CO2 emissions in our municipality by 16,000 tons per year over the last 10 years. The most important consequence of this kind of action was the formation of common consensus and awareness of social activation and understanding of co-responsibility in tackling environmental challenges of all inhabitants. However, local authorities cannot bear all of the burden. Our time and resources are limited. We need all levels of government to do their part too. And we need adequate resources to be able to start the energy transition at local level. But above all, we need all stakeholders to be involved. We have to make sure that this transition is fair and inclusive. It is absolutely crucial that citizens are included in decision making. They should be at the heart of local energy plans, as they should be at the heart of all our policies. If we do so, everyone will be able to benefit from the energy transition. If we don't, we risk deepening inequalities of creating new ones. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention. I look forward to a very interesting conference. Best regards from Slovenia.
My dear Vladimir, first of all, thank you for this presentation, for your time. We know that we all are committed in a common effort, all European municipalities, because it is a common goal how we must move on in this part. We know the effort that you are making in the Council of Europe. Thank you for your support. And next time you will be here in person in Greece. So in person you can see the results of the project for our different municipalities in Attica. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Bye-bye. Now, this is the end of the first part. For the greetings now, we shall have the first part of our conference entitled National European Policy on Energy Efficiency. We shall give the floor to a person of local authorities, former mayor, Secretary General of the Ministry, our own person, because we are a company. Wearing his hat, he is trying daily to create policies about municipal authorities and to the benefit of citizens. Let us now welcome Mr. Michalis Stavrianoudakis. You have the floor to intervene in this first part of our online conference. Are you connected, Mr. Stavrianoudakis? Are you here? Good. Until Michalis goes here, he must have another commitment because his hat is quite important. So let us move on with our next guest for this first part, Mrs. Sita Vasiliki, who is Director of the Directorate of Energy Policy and Energy Efficiency of the Ministry of Energy and Environment. Let me tell you that a few words about Mrs. Sita, since this is an international conference. We know her in Greece. Mrs. Sita is specialized in the energy efficiency of buildings and can be the member of the team that processed the national plan on energy and climate. And today she's a member of the monitoring committee of the national plan. Mrs. Sita, you have the floor for 15 minutes to deliver that presentation. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Before sharing my screen, I would like to tell you that it's my honor and I'm pretty happy for all this info that I heard from all partners and mayors. It's something that we can implement centrally. That is the program, the policy program to improve energy efficiency. Many times we do not know what has been created, and many more times we are in search of finding solutions to problems like financing tools, as you said, largely. So we would like to share this experience with you. I don't know whether you can see my screen. No screen shared, unfortunately. Okay, not yet perhaps.
Συγγνώμη, καθυστερώ γιατί δεν ξέρω για κάποιο λόγο δεν την ανοίγει.
Let us solve this small technical problem to share my screen. Apologies for that.
Συγγνώμη, καθυστερώ.
Σας βλέπουμε.
Μόνο εμένα βλέπετε, αλλά το share screen μου για κάποιο λόγο.
Share screen. You can only see me. This is good, said the moderator. Anyway, I cannot share my screen. I don't know why this does not function.
Ενδεχομένως, αν δεν μπορέσω στο επόμενο...
Possibly, if I will not be successful in the next 2 minutes, I have sent that to you. Okay? Take your time, please, madam. Thank you, thank you.
Έχουν μπει τα διαδίκτυα στη ζωή μας πλέον.
The internet has become a part of our lives, unfortunately. We have different small problems throughout the different links. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Our effort is huge daily. Oh, here is the presentation. Good, good. I'm pretty happy because I got anxious momentarily.
Λοιπόν, θα είπατε την εισαγωγή για μένα. Ισχύει, ισχύει. Βέβαια, λίγο με τις τηλεδιασκέψεις πολλές φορές...
Teleconference can be tricky. And the IT, the systems or our routers do not help. There is an overload of the system. Anyway, let me tell you that remote working, which I implement, is a measure to save resources. We can see the impact and all the different things in the reduction of the cost and when it comes to energy resources. Now, I will start with SEC, which is the NECP, the National Plan on Climate and Energy, which is our main tool. Apart from the NECP setting the targets until 2030, for the improvement of energy efficiency, there is the long-run strategy, which is our own roadmap until 2050. There we shall examine 2 scenarios for climate neutrality on about 1.5 and 2.5 reduction of Celsius degrees according to the UN standards. Now focusing on the NECP, which is the source of our strategies, and only for energy efficiency, I will tell you that the initial target when we planned it was 32.5% for energy efficiency, with 40% reduction of the greenhouse effect greenhouse gas rather. Greece having an aspirational target and being evaluated by the European Commission ended up with an improvement percentage of 38%, which means that the final energy consumption in 2030 will be equal to 16.1 to 16.5 MTOE. This was introduction to tell you that today, right now, our final consumption due to COVID is 16.5 thousand kilotons. This means that we must maintain, even if our financial situation gets better rapidly, even if we escape the aftermath of the pandemic rapidly, we shall be waiting for a recovery and an increase of consumption. Automatically this means that we must have some action, some upgrades, so that we can have a reduction of consumption. The new framework raised by many of our interlocutors is a fit to 55. This is a new target. That is, from 40% of reduction, we must move on to 55%. I need to respect my timeline, that is why I will skip many pieces of info rather. The main principle for our project, for the NECP and the implementation of these different measures, is energy efficiency first principle. It is a cross-cutting priority and the first axis for our policies. Whatever you know, either by implementing or having read and getting acquainted with the references, apart from the reduction of the greenhouse cost, the different circumstances in buildings, the main factor is the increase of the domestic added value and labor and the improvement of competitiveness in the businesses active in this field. Quite rapidly, I will come to the building stock. Why? Because this is our main target. You know that our country has a building stock of low energy efficiency. Indicatively, I will tell you that since we have drafted the longer strategy report on the upgrade, remodeling, refurbishing of our building stock, I am telling you that the totality of buildings in the central and decentralized sectors are 4,000 plus buildings, and the regional authorities have 23,000 buildings, 32,000 buildings. I will not mention the other legal authorities, buildings, etc., etc., all the different entities of public or private law. As you may understand, we shall come to a bigger number of buildings. Can you see my presentation as the speaker? Yes, yes, because it shows that it has been paused. Wait a bit because there is a problem with my computer, says the speaker. So moving on. The presentation is okay, madam, says the moderator. Okay, moving on, I will rapidly tell you the following. It says me that it has stopped sharing, so I cannot move on with the next page. I see the building stock here. Yes, if this is helpful. Okay, we shall have a job presentation. I'm very happy about this. Good. No problem at all. No, I cannot move on for some reason. I don't know why. Because it says paused. I don't know why.
Αν μπορείτε να την προχωρήσετε, εγώ να τη λέω τέλος πάντων, μάλλον κάποιο πρόβλημα έχει το σύστημά μου.
There's a problem with my system, says the speaker, unfortunately. Yes, yes, we can upload. Okay, found it. Now, what are the financing mechanisms? Apologies. Financing mechanisms, the challenges that lie ahead in the implementation of the different measures are linked to the maximization of leverage and, of course, the more efficient use of available state resources. Of course, you all know that what we are trying to do is to use all available resources at a national European level and all structural funds, of course. Right now, our priority is the successful use of funds from the Recovery Fund, which especially for the public sector foresees two actions. That is, the amount of money has been said by the Secretary General. The actions are one part of holistic interventions, soft measures though, that is of lower cost for the buildings, and a second axis talks about street lighting. I'm saying that we're moving on. We must cover the needs of regional authorities. The new financing tools, this is no news, but it's something new for the part of the activation of the energy efficiency contracts and the ESCOs, the utility companies in the public sector, something that up to now was quite problematic in its implementation, possibly due to the nature of contracts or possibly due to the high risk faced by the utility companies to have a contract of energy matters with the public sector. We shall study different data. I would be more than happy to share with me how you have overcome, if this is the case of course, of the problems, because we know some tenders that have been launched and we shall share with you our ideas for the future. Last but not least, I will tell you an innovative financing tool which is about the industrial sphere, competitive procedures. It is a procedure, a plan, a tool, a mechanism, put it as you like, to save energy in terms of resultant target. That was very speedy. I'm here for you. Thank you so much, and thank you for your attention. Mrs. Sita, in spite of the minor issues, you were on time and punctual. I'm very happy because you are a savvy of energy and of technology. Because after the pandemic, it has become a way of living. It was very important what you said. Thank you for that. I believe that our viewers Our spectators have kept many positive things. Thank you so much for this cooperation. And let us move on with the first speaker, who couldn't be with us on time. Michalis is now with us. Michalis Stavrianoudakis, a person from the municipal authorities. He has undertaken a critical hat at the Ministry of the Interior. So having a new dynamic, he will set the tone to do new things in this sector. Michalis, you have the floor. Welcome. Thank you.
Καλημέρα και από μένα.
Good morning to all, ladies and gentlemen. I felt it was important for me to participate here in this conference, for it is very important for the municipalities to cooperate, aspiring to achieve sustainability and innovation, especially in this new era. Let us not forget that in the years to come, the development tools, especially those which will be offered to municipalities, are numerous. And so this is a unique opportunity so that municipalities, by using to the utmost these potential solutions to get out of this pandemic era more robust to the benefit of our societies, of course. Besides, local government has shown it is at the forefront when coping with the crisis, and therefore it will certainly show, as time goes by, that through the investment mechanisms that will be made available, it will be in a position to contribute to shaping the future, and future is now. Besides, Greece is experiencing a restructuring of the energy sector with a view to promoting energy efficiency, energy upgrade, and the shift from production generation to consumption by safeguarding the environment and contributing to mitigating climate change. The country has managed to implement a series of reforms in the energy sector, and this is indeed one of the major pillars for the policy making in our development policy and strategy. So energy upgrade and energy efficiency is by far the greatest challenge we need to face, for it has direct impact on energy consumption, on the technologies used, on the energy need response, and it also contributes to reinforcing competitiveness of all sectors of the economy. Which is why energy efficiency projects and RES projects throughout the country are being implemented. Local government here already is and will continue to be a major pillar to promote the implementation of similar projects, which will indeed reinforce, enhance the energy efficiency of this country and will allow meeting the objectives. The Ministry of Internal Affairs is present once more through projects like Andonis Tritis and Philodimos II, the RRF, and of course the new NSRF that is about to start. And we have had a constructive cooperation with the Central Union of Municipalities and all local governments with a view to reinforcing the role of municipalities in implementing important projects in order to radically change to the better the everyday life of our citizens and contributing to the post-COVID era, and of course by also safeguarding social cohesion and meeting sustainable development for all. I believe that this challenge will be the guiding principle of all of us, and only through synergies can we contribute to meeting that. I would like to assure you that we have set the bar high as far as the ministry is concerned. We trust, we have confidence in the role of local government because we see the municipalities as the backbone of our society, as the lever for the development of our country. And so I believe that the cooperation of all of us, synergy between all of us, will bring about the desired results. Thank you very much, Secretary General, for the critical introductory remarks. Your role is indeed fundamental. We know very well that you have been supported local government, so altogether we will design the future. Thank you very much, and we will now give the floor to Mr. Athanasiou, Mr. Dimitris Athanasiou, from B3 Unit, Energy Efficiency, Buildings and Products, from DG Energy of the European Commission. Allow me just to introduce you, because of course all our all participants need to know who you are. So Mr. Athanasiou is a graduate of the National Technical University of Greece. He's a civil engineer with a master's in international construction management and engineering. Over the past 5 years, he has been working at the Energy Efficiency Buildings Product Unit, and he has been involved in the Energy Efficiency of Buildings Directive. Mr. Athanasiou, there's room for great improvement to that end, which is why your presence is welcome. Thank you very much. You have the floor. Good morning to all, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you can hear me. Yes, of course, we can hear you. Thank you. First and foremost, I would like to thank you for having me here. It is important for us to participate, to attend similar conferences, not only to present the policies that are available, but especially to talk practically about the problems and opportunities out there. Moreover, I would like to congratulate you on having organized this extraordinary conference, which brings together local government, the central government, European Union academic representatives, academics, and of course scientific institutions talking about energy efficiency. I would say that all the leading figures are here today in your conference, and this is much welcome. I am also delighted to see that a coordinated effort is being made in conjunction with all the competent authorities in Greece, embracing the same logic, the same approach in the sector of energy efficiency. I can remember 10, 15 years ago when with Vicky Sita and with the then Secretary General we were attempting to mobilize the two European directives about energy efficiency and energy efficiency buildings to convince. We were trying to convince the various stakeholders and citizens that it was worth investing in energy efficiency. And now, 10, 15 years later, I can see that things have dramatically changed to the better. So I can see a demand of the energy efficiency and energy upgrade projects by citizens. I can see projects having been implemented. And so I can see that Greece is on the right track. And I need to admit that it is all but easy. No matter how easy it may sound, I know that it is very difficult. I have been cooperating with Mrs. Athanassatou also in the past, and so I know that also the Prodesa project was complicated and demanding, and I know that it was carried out and implemented in an adverse environment. And all what we are saying here, it is not self-evident for the municipalities because, of course, all that and all these projects and endeavors need resources, and we know very well that the municipalities are short of resources. And we are also talking about an evolutionary process that needs to evolve, to develop. It's not static. Now, I have also prepared my presentation. I will try to share my screen. I'm not sure whether you can see my presentation. Not yet, says the moderator.
Τώρα ίσως.
Maybe now?
Τώρα ναι, τώρα ναι.
Yes, but we cannot visualize your whole presentation. I'm afraid, says the moderator.
Τώρα είναι εντάξει.
Τώρα είναι εντάξει.
Α, οκ.
No, it's fine.
Είναι εντάξει λέτε τώρα.
Okay. So now it's fine, you can say it? Yes.
Λοιπόν, τώρα όχι.
Τώρα είναι παρουσιάζει εικονικά η
Πάλι
καρτέλα.
μισή. Πάλι μισή.
Τώρα είναι εντάξει.
Ας την αφήσω έτσι λοιπόν.
Okay, I will leave it this way, says the speaker. Now,
Η παρουσίασή μου
my
σήμερα θα
presentation
προσπαθήσω
today,
στο σύντομο αυτό χρονικό διάστημα να παρουσιάσω δύο-τρεις δράσεις που γίνονται στην
would like to present a couple of actions,
στην Ευρωπαϊκή Επιτροπή
initiatives of the European Commission with reference to energy efficiency. I will lay emphasis on buildings, for this is my specialty.
Πρώτα απ' όλα ήθελα να
Now, first and foremost, allow me to say this.
τα κτίρια είναι πάρα πολύ ψηλά στην πολιτική
The
ατζέντα.
building stock feature high in the political agenda, and we have strived to lay emphasis on the buildings for the additional value they have and their importance in meeting the energy and environmental objectives is very important. We can see that the building stock related policy is not focusing on energy efficiency as in the past, so their dimension it is more extended. We now talk about their contribution in safeguarding healthcare, in the penetration of areas, security and safety in conjunction with the standards for fire prevention. We can see that they contribute to facing energy poverty and lack of housing. And so we can see that buildings are cross-cutting in all these policies, also those adopted and promoted by other Directorate General. Some years ago, in 2016, 2017, when the negotiations took place, we had the Clean Energy for All European package, which revisited the institutional framework for energy with a view to promoting energy efficiency by introducing the energy efficiency first principle already mentioned by the General Secretary Enrique Sita. It tried to promote building energy efficiency and generally RES, renewable energy sources. For it also brought about the governance regulation, which is the foundation for the planning for the national energy and climate plans. A real reform which has changed the situation, for it allows for a better coordination and orchestration of all policies. Now, the new European Commission has laid emphasis on climate and on the environment, thanks to the European Green Deal, which is a top priority for the new European Commission, for it sets a target for Europe to be the first energy neutral continent by 2050, which has changed it all. We can see that, of course, the European Green Deal comprises a series of activities. Energy efficiency and the building energy efficiency feature high, especially buildings are there and have a leading role, because unless we involve buildings, it is very difficult for us to meet our objectives. Which is how the renovation wave mentioned by the General Secretary earlier was introduced. Now, starting with the European Green Deal and this new agenda for the environment and energy, we needed to revisit everything in the European Commission. We already proceeded with some review some years ago, but here everything has changed in the sense that 40%, from the 40% for 2030, we have further reduced, further suggested the reduction of CO2 emissions, and of course here buildings and energy efficiency have a great share of what needs to be revisited in order to meet the renewed objectives. The COVID-19 pandemic has also put buildings in the center of our lives. We need to see the buildings as a cell with specific needs when it comes to comfort, thermal comfort, visual comfort. All that is part of the discussion about buildings because, as I said, buildings do not focus only on energy efficiency. They can do more, and it's also an opportunity to help the economy recover through the energy upgrade of buildings. And of course, I'm thinking of the recovery plan, which of course lay emphasis on renovation. Now, when it comes to buildings, at the community and national level, there is now a legislative framework. There is the Energy Efficiency for Building Directive, started in 2002, in 2010 and 2018 it was revisited. There's also the Energy Efficiency Directive. So we can see that there is a European acquis to that end, and Greece is fully aligned to that. It is on the right track. Greece is on the right track also when it comes to the requirements set by these European directives. Generally speaking, we could say that there is an appropriate framework in place to upgrade the worst performing buildings. 2021 is the starting year for the renovation of and the upgrade of new buildings. And this is the starting point, but I will elaborate on that also later. I'm trying to say that there are specific requirements and conditions to be met when building new buildings as far as their energy efficiency is concerned, in order for them to aspire to nearly zero energy. So what we want is a building stock which will be low intensity and which will meet their energy requirement through RES. Greece has already submitted its long-term strategy proposal, in which it describes the objectives for 2030, 2040 and 2050. And so it is on the right track. At the same time, the market needs to be familiar with all this. The real estate and the banking sector needs to be familiar with the long-term strategy of this country and the long-term objectives in order for the policies to be coupled together. Now, the existing program focuses on the existing building stock, and this is where the problem lies. The existing building stock is obsolete, is old, and the current renovation rate is approximately 1% per year, which is very low. The final energy consumption of buildings also stands at 40%, that is very high, and CO2 emissions stand at approximately 36%. And so here we have a serious problem we need to cope with, and our efforts focus on addressing that, which is why in October 2020 we published the renovation wave, which aspires to double the renovation rate and suggesting an action plan at all levels, at the community, national and local level. So there are different priorities. Some of the key principles, as you can see, is energy efficiency first principle, energy poverty, decarbonization, that is the reduction of the building stock emissions by integrating renewables as well. This has to do with circular economy as well, that is trying to think of resources and construction products that are used. So all that need to meet high energy standards. And we always think of digitalization and smartness, of course, which needs to be present in tomorrow's buildings. As I said, the renovation wave presents a series of actions that need to be put in place. Certainly we need to enforce the legislative framework, and of course the financial part, the financial aspects are very important, because unless there are the necessary financial and funding mechanisms and resources, all this cannot be done. This is why we are trying to leverage and to activate private funds as well. This is important. Energy, many actions of energy efficiency may not have a low payback period, but there are some initiatives that are worth thinking of involving the energy efficiency contract. It's important to talk about technical assistance. The European Commission has various tools to that end, but we now focus on quality renovation. So renovation alone does not suffice. Someone should not think of just renovating their house, a mild renovation of their house, but there needs to be a holistic approach, and there are various tools, as the building renovation passport or logbooks, that may be helpful in order to achieve a high-quality renovation rate. As I said, the sustainable construction and products are also fundamental and critical to that end. The renovation wave, which was welcomed by the Member States, the Council and the European Parliament, and also by many stakeholders from the energy community and local authorities, local stakeholders, or the Committee of the Regions, the Covenant of Mayors, so many stakeholders who have embraced the renovation wave now are active in helping implementing it. There are some sectors that need to deserve a greater attention, especially, for example, energy poverty and how to cope with energy poverty. And this is what we need to think when we revisit the existing framework, how to get rid of the worst performing building stock through some minimum requirements, some mandatory renovations. Great emphasis is being led on hospitals, buildings, and social houses.
Εδώ ο ρόλος είναι πολύ σημαντικός της τοπικής αυτοδιοίκησης.
And here, local government and municipalities have a critical role to play. So, renovation wave indeed stresses, the fundamental role of municipalities. Through them, a series of projects will be implemented, but especially there is the possibility to disseminate information for citizens. I need to make reference to an initiative, the new European Bauhaus, which currently is a network of all those who should participate in the future vision for buildings, that is, policymakers, but also academics, citizens, constructors, stakeholders, all those who have a say, have created a network to exchange views, and we will shortly see some pilot activities which will be turned into specific and tangible policies. So renovation wave provides an integrated image about the buildings of the future, and this has to do with energy efficiency, with sustainability of construction, safety, but also digitalization, and lays emphasis on the local dimension, for there are many actions that may be implemented in neighborhoods and communities. So it's important to keep that dimension close to our policymaking. I would like to touch upon the fact that renovation wave sets an imperative on revisiting the Energy Performance of Buildings Directive. Up to the end of 2021, the European Commission will revisit the directive this directive, as well as the energy efficiency directive. There is an open public consultation that is open until 22 of June. As an indication, allow me to touch upon some of the areas explored. Now, as I said earlier, there is introduction of mandatory minimum energy performance requirements. This calls on member states to embark upon the path of a debate with the European Commission, but this practically means that someone could not lease their house unless it meets a specific energy performance category or class. And of course, these will certainly be done in the long run, but I said that just as an indication in order to know where we are heading. There are other minimum energy performance requirements that will be put in place, as for example, the sufficient thermal insulation for a building to be sold. So this is something that we will see in the future. We talked about the existing building stock, which is the worst performing buildings, but we need to pave the way for the future as well. So we need to have in mind 2030 and how the buildings will be. So it depends on the negotiation around, but certainly what we are heading to are the zero-emission buildings. And to achieve that, specific requirements need to be set.
Μιλάμε επίσης για δυνάμεις του
Κυρία Θανασά, συγγνώμη αν μπορούμε να...
I am sorry to interrupt, says the moderator. I would kindly ask you to wrap up. Although I know that your presentation is very critical, we are lagging, we are behind schedule. Okay, by way of conclusion, allow me to say that a new directive is ante portas, and this will pave the way for the energy upgrade of buildings. I talked about the zero-emission buildings and the mandatory minimum energy performance requirements,
τις αλλαγές που προτείνονται για την ενεργειακή απόδοση, για την
which,
ενεργειακή απόδοση,
together with the
ενδεικτικά αναφέρω γιατί
review of the two directives, allow me also to say that the Article 5 of the Energy Efficiency Directives on municipal buildings is being revisited in order to extend the requirements to other buildings. And very briefly, allow me to talk about the EU budget and the financial possibilities through Renovation Wave. There is the possibility to use various opportunities as direct investment, private investments, and others. And in the other two slides, there are some links that provide the necessary information on the available resources. I'm thinking of the Recovery and Resilience Facility, the new program 2127, and so on and so forth. So you may use these links to have access to all the available information. Allow me to conclude by saying that we are delighted to see Greece heading to increasing energy efficiency. The municipalities have nothing but to win and to earn by investing in this sector, and I'm talking of an upgrade of energy quality and resource saving. There are initiatives for smart cities, for digital cities, for islands. The LIFE program will also have several opportunities, and we are at your full disposal. You can contact me whenever you want, either through KEDE, or I will be delighted to answer any of the questions and doubts that the affiliate municipalities may have. I wish you fruitful proceedings for the rest of your conference. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you, Mr. Athanasiou, for a detailed presentation. I acknowledge that your presentation is full of information to pave the way. Thank you very much for having been with us. Certainly, we will be in contact. We will communicate with you. We as KEDE, but also the single municipalities. But KEDE want to be there, wants to be at the forefront. So we will continue to be there. And thank you very much for representing our country in the European Commission. I would like to thank Ms. Sita, Mr. Stavrianoudakis, and Mr. Athanasiou for their presentation. And having talked about the European and national policies, let us now talk about the financial mechanisms. And having said that, we will launch the second part of our conference entitled Financing Energy Efficiency Project. That is, now we will talk about resources, about how to find the money to implement what has been presented so far.
Ξεκινάμε λοιπόν το δεύτερο μέρος μετά από αυτό το μικρό διάλειμμα, την μικρή διακοπή.
So, after this small break, let us start with the second part of our conference, which will discuss the financial instruments necessary for the municipalities to implement the policies which were analyzed by the experts from the two ministries and the European Commission. And our first speaker is an outstanding figure in Europe in the banking sector, Panagiotis Beglitis, or Panos Beglitis, our ambassador, who is a permanent representative of Greece at the European Union and a member of the Council of the Development Bank. He has been a permanent representative of Greece in the European Union in the period 1992-1996. Minister for Defense in 2011, Director of the Center for Strategic Analysis and Planning of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs 2012-2015. He has been a General Consular in St. Petersburg since 2015, and today he is a permanent representative of Greece at the Council of Europe, an international organization of 47 member states. And as I said, member of the international organization that finances several projects at local and regional level as the project of energy efficiency, and I'm thinking of the Council of Governors of the Development Bank. So you have 15 minutes, sir, to talk about the social dimension of the CEB's financial policy and its cooperation with local and regional authorities. This is an outstanding topic because these are actually the financial tools. Dear Panos, dear friend Panos, today. So you have the floor, sir.
Thank you so much, moderator, for your kind words. Good morning from Strasbourg, France. I would like to salute the mayors, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to salute Mr. Stamatis, and of course I would like to deeply thank the president of KEDE, the mayor of Trikala, Mr. Papastergiou, for this honorary invitation to participate in the works of this very important conference of yours. An initiative that, in my view, shows a powerful extroversion of the Central Union of Municipalities in Greece and its link to the big concerns, European and international, in matters that are about the daily routine, in issues related to our country, local societies, and local and regional decentralized institutions. For the last 2 years, I'm the permanent representative of Greece to the Council of Europe, and at the same time, I am an ordinary member of the Council of Directors of the Development Bank of the Council of Europe. For many of our co-citizens in Greece, I'm afraid that the Development Bank is an unknown or a marginally known bank in the framework of the European continent. We all know the European Central Bank, the European Investment Bank, the European Recovery and Development Bank, and of course there are some giants of the private banking sector, and we can explain why, in spite of the fact that we are here since 1956 as a fund of social development, and later on 1999 as a bank of social development in the framework of the Council of Europe. For many years it has been marginalized next to the big European developments. This paradox, dear delegates, is due to the fact that this bank, in the framework of the Council of Europe, is here to serve the big goals of the Council of Europe, that is, defending the rights of people, thus the social rights, defending social democratic institutions and the rule of law, has emerged, has started working as a truly powerful bank with true credit identity through three big international European crises. The first crisis circle was the international European debt crisis 2008 to 2009, which lasted for many years and puzzled for many years our homeland. The second crisis circle was the migration issue in 2015 onwards, and the third big circle, of course, which still continues, is the circle of the sanitary crisis, which started last year, 2020, February or March 2020. Thus, the Development Bank has shown its potential through this crisis. I would like to tell you that the main characteristic of this bank is its social face, its social nature, its social tone, and of course the very powerful social added value. It is good for the reps of the regional authorities, in this case the reps of KEDE, to know how this bank works, what it may offer to our homeland today, what it may offer to the different organizations of local authorities. It is a fact that this bank has started already since 2008-2009 with the first big financial crisis that deeply touched the world, Europe and our homeland. It started accumulating its credit interest to specific sectors. The first sector is tackling the social impact of the financial crisis. In other words, tackling unemployment, the creation of new labor posts, having a particular interest in the youth, in women, in the unemployed graduates. The main objective is, of course, social inclusion into the productive tissue of our countries with the enhancement of regional small and medium enterprises, and of course through the enhancement of a powerful social and attractive policy. It's not a coincidence that in this framework the Development Bank of the Council of Europe has already moved on with the issuance of the social bonds, that is, bonds that target the creation of new labor posts or to the defense of the existing posts. Now, the second sector is the management of the migration flows with the financing of infrastructure projects to host and include in the Greek society refugees and migrants. My dear mayors know pretty well this issue, and they may understand better than everyone else how useful financing can be, financial aid can be on behalf of financing tools like the one used in our bank, the Development Bank of COE. The third target is the management of social and financial impact of the pandemic with the financing of different projects and programs of health, as well as health provision and healthcare. Another sector of financing within our development bank is the protection of the environment. To that, we can see that it matches with the existing topic of this conference, that is, in other words, financing of infrastructure to tackle natural distractions, anti-flood measures, management of water, ecosystems, infrastructure projects for energy transition, and, of course, financing of different projects on behalf of the energy efficiency and energy enhancement. In this field, we are interested in, that is, when it comes to the environment, which is of your interest as KEDE, we should also highlight and update you that already the Development Bank of the Council of Europe has issued environmental bonds for tackling specific projects that are submitted by either central governments or decentralized authorities and democratically elected bodies of the regional authorities. Another sector of our financial interest in the Development Bank of the Council of Europe, I'm talking about the financing of projects and programs in the field of education, laying emphasis on the size of teaching to the regions, in the regions rather, of the member states, enhancing the university programs, the secondary education, mainly focusing on the energy upgrade and the interconnection with the productive tissue and the financial and social tissue of the different regions and the different authorities. Let me here stress that there are programs adopted as a BOD of the Development Bank for the creation of student shelters in the regional universities in many member states of the COE, as well as programs that have been adopted for the financing of research programs having as a topic health for the protection of the environment. As we said, the continuous crisis, both at the international and European level, enhanced the financial and the development profile and the performance of the Development Bank of the Council of Europe. In spite of its small size compared to other big European banks, institutional banks, that is, of the institutional bank system of the EU, is characterized by a very important credit wealth. Let me mention, my dear friends, that in 2020 the size of loans went beyond 6 billion euros for 56 projects in 24 member states. Out of this budget, the 52% financed projects to tackle the impact of the pandemic. The international credibility of our bank is quite high, and very recently it has been ranked with 3 A's from Standard & Poor's agency. In 2015, we created the Fund for Migrants and Refugees, the very well-known Migrant and Refugee Fund, which is based on donations by the European Union and the UN. Greece is a characteristic example. Since 2018 and until now has gotten more than 5.5 million euros free financial tool for financing infrastructure and hosting migrants and refugees. In the framework of its social mission, the Development Bank has also created the well-known, which is of your interest, my dear delegates, the very well-known Green Fund for Social Investment to finance projects of energy transition and projects of energy efficiency and upgrade. Besides, in 2017, we created a new financial tool of intersectoral financing to cross-sectoral loan, which offers to the different stakeholders bigger flexibility in financing projects of social infrastructure and at the same time playing a coordinated role in many factors. This tool helped recently into a direct loans given to the regional authorities, not passing through central governments at a percentage more than 33% out of the total financial credit given by the bank. Last but not least, last year in 2020, the Development Bank of the COE, in collaboration with the European Commission, created a new credit tool which is named Facilitation of European Co-financing, aiming at guaranteeing the access of the Member States and regional authorities to financial resources of the European Union. Ladies and gentlemen, dear delegates, my dear friends, let us keep that in mind in view of the implementation by our country of the new recovery plan and the new NSRF. Yet, these will complement the intervention made by the previous speaker, Mr. Athanasiou, on behalf of the European Commission. What is the cooperation of Greece, central institutions, with the Development Bank of the Council of Europe? It is a fact that very little programs have been financed until recently by the Development Bank of COE. We can see a specific, serious reason for that. As we all know, for many years, our country has been under the pressure of the memoranda. Taking into account that these loans have the guarantee of the public sector, a fact that is a burden of the budget of the state, we can understand that the country and regional authorities couldn't ask loans from European banks and more specifically by the Development Bank of the COE, because this was forbidden in the framework of the different memoranda of understanding and would further increase the public debt of our country. This is an important point, that is the debt crisis in the period 2008-2009 and onwards, and of course later on the migration crisis in 2015, the pandemic, the sanitary crisis that burst out in Europe and throughout the world in 2020. Allow me to mention more specifically some financial enhancements in programs on behalf of the Development Bank towards the central administration or the decentralized administration and the regional authorities. Only recently, in the BOD of the bank, we approved a loan asked by the Cooperative Bank of Karditsa municipality amounted to 2 million euros, so that with a co-financing of 50%, so that we can finance small and medium enterprises in the wider region of Thessaly, create new labor posts or maintain actual labor posts. We also needed to enhance startups. Let us keep that in mind and enhance businesses that have been created or are directed by women, businesswomen that is. The 10% of this co-financing, when it comes to the loan for Karditsa municipality, the Cooperative Bank of Karditsa municipality, goes to businesses that belong to women, owned by women, which is one of the terms of the contract, of the loan contract signed between the two parties. Another project that we could mention is the one that took place last July, in July 2020. When it comes to our side, that is the Development Bank, we had an approval for a loan of 200 million euros, which was approved to finance projects, infrastructure projects, but also finance programs related to health and healthcare, to tackle the very serious and quite burdensome impact of the sanitary crisis and the pandemic. Moreover, we financed significant projects in the field of anti-flood projects following the destructions that took place in the region of Attica, as well as significant projects in municipalities and at the level of the federal administration to tackle the big impact coming from the huge migration wave that touched our country following the crisis of 2015. In other words, we see a series of programs that are financed by the investment bank, by the development bank, through specific tools, many times in cooperation with other European bank institutions, and more specifically with the European Investment Bank and the European Bank for the Reconstruction and Development. I could also mention a series of other minor or medium-sized programs that have been financed by the Development Bank, COE, in Greece and elsewhere in Europe and in the member states of the Council of Europe. So, we have a series of programs for the different regions. Municipality of Karditsa, Cooperative Bank, the 200 million euros adopted in May 2020 towards the Hellenic government to finance the health sector to tackle the impact of COVID-19. Furthermore, in July 2019 we have approved as a BOD a loan of 70 billion euros towards the Greek government to finance the anti-flood measures in the areas of Attica, Central Macedonia and the Peloponnese, and of course a series of other programs that may be financed under one prerequisite, that is, that projects should be mature, there should be a good proposal, a good study that would back this whole effort at the level of municipal authorities. For sure, when it comes to the Hellenic administration, I would like to say that on behalf of the permanent delegation in Strasbourg, there is a close cooperation which should take place on behalf of the municipal authorities with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of the Interior and the Ministry of Finance. Why? Because the Minister of Finance, on behalf of the Greek state, will be the guarantor of these loans taken by the Development Bank of the COE. There is now this possibility which did not exist in the past due to the financial crisis in our country, and I think that my dear delegates, my fellow mayors, may use that tool as well. Of course, my dear friends, it's not a institution of benefactors, it is a financial institution that works based on the rules of the international European system. Consequently, there should always be the necessary guarantees either on behalf of the central administration or on behalf, and we have adopted such programs, on behalf of municipalities, because there are municipalities in Europe which are wealthy, which are powerful financially, and they can guarantee on themselves the loans and the credits taken by the Development Bank. For sure, there is another tool, because in some extreme cases, in some few cases seen up to now, under this third scenario, a financial tool that we have in the Development Bank, which is a social dividend, as we say, a social surplus, to put it better, says the speaker, for countries that have an instability. For instance, shortly we adopted a loan for Bosnia-Herzegovina, which has serious governance problems, or for countries, for regional countries, or for peripheral countries in the European Union. My dear friends, I believe that I gave you an overview of the financial tools that our development bank has in the framework of COE. In my view, it is an important financial institution which should be used from Greece in Greece as well, and mainly from the regional authorities in our country. I mean to guarantee that both myself and my partners in the permanent representation and delegation, we're here to give you any type of assistance in cooperation with the co-competent ministries in Greece. We are here for you. We are here to defend the national interest of our country, the interests of our society and our co-citizens. I'm available for you for any questions, Chair, to reply to any remarks or any questions, if any, of course, towards the end. Once again, I would like to deeply thank you for the invitation. It has been an honor. I believe that I was on time, more or less. Thank you again. Thank you once again. I wish you all the best with your proceedings. We are here for you. This is a guarantee. We are here to serve our country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Beglitis. Thank you for having described what the Development Bank of the Council of Europe stands for, and thank you for having outlined the social dimension of your activities. Hopefully, the local municipalities will be able to use to the utmost the possible the financial possibilities you open up in order for them to draw resources to the benefit of society and our citizens. So certainly, thank you. Thank you very much for that information. Thank you very much for the presentation made from the heart of Europe, Strasbourg. And now I would like to give the floor to the next speaker. We stay in Europe, and that is that we give now the floor to representative of the European Commission, Mr. Zapfel-Bjorn, Senior Project Advisor, who is struggling each and every day for the environment and to counter climate change. Now, Zapfel is the advisor of the project that has supported the evolution of the project and has guaranteed the good communication between the European Commission and the partners of the project. Thank you very much for that. And he, as we said, is a senior project expert at the Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency of the European Commission, focusing on innovative financial mechanisms for energy efficiency financing. All the stakeholders here in Greece know your name. All the fellow mayors have thanked him for his efforts from the bottom of their heart. Thank you very much. So you have the floor, and you have 15 minutes. Thank you.
Well, Kalimera from Brussels. Thank you very much. I'm really touched. I mean, it's great to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this great conference here on innovative financing of energy efficiency projects. Thank you for having me, and thank you also for the nice words I heard during the sessions, the preceding sessions before already. It emotionally touches me because the event is organized, as has already been mentioned a few times, by or within the framework of the Prodesa project, and I really had the opportunity and also the pleasure, I would say, to follow this project very closely from the side of the European Commission during the last few years. It's not easy. Sometimes the circumstances were quite difficult, but I could also follow the significant achievements and also the significant, successes, I would say. And I think we, from the side of SINEA, the European Commission, we are proud of what you have achieved in these difficult situations and circumstances. And I think you are kind of also an example, a leading example, not only in Greece, but also for other projects in Europe on how to introduce projects like this. So I remember quite well that I was in Athens, and I was wondering that this is already 4 years ago when I had the opportunity to meet during the kickoff meeting a lot of the mayors who are representing the municipalities of this project. But I could also then during this time meet some of the technical stuff, and to both of them goes a lot of congratulations and thank you very much, because they have done a lot of work in a world which has changed a lot during the last few years. And I think it's very good now to see also Prodesa to arrive at the final stages of its development. One of the main objectives of Prodesa is actually to find an innovative solution to finance a really bundled portfolio of sustainable energy investments on the municipal level in the South Attica region. And I think it's a very good example that really shows that there are challenges that have to be faced. It's not straightforward. It's not easy to set up, especially bundled projects and finance those in the world of sustainable energy, and in particular in the world of energy efficiency. And especially also it shows the challenges when you try to structure and to ensure finance of municipal investments in sustainable energy. What I will try to do today is, and I hope you see my presentation, is to tell you a little bit more about how the European Commission supports these particular endeavors, but also very concrete projects on the ground. And I will take out some of the tools that we have introduced in the past. A lot of the support which is done, it has already been mentioned, it's managed by the organization that I am representing. The European Commission has quite recently, actually only 1.5 months ago, set up a new executive agency. It's the European Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency, or in short, CINEA. And this has been set up by the European Commission to bundle activities which have been or many of those have been managed beforehand by the Executive Agency for Small and Medium-Sized Enterprises, which you might know. And the main objective, as you can see, is of the agency of CINEA to really make a key contribution to the European Green Deal, which has been mentioned a few times today already, which really aims to make the EU's economy more sustainable, short, medium, and longer terms. In this context, what we are doing is the agency bundles a lot and a large number of climate and environment-related activities. Among those also, and that's very important for you, I think, and for the topics we're discussing today, also those related to energy efficiency and renewable energy. These activities are, of course, embedded, and you will know that very well, in the European Climate and Energy Framework, and in its energy and climate packages. The European Union has set quite ambitious targets for the reduction of greenhouse gases for renewable energy and for energy efficiency, especially also for the year 2030 as part of its international climate change related efforts. Moreover, it has mentioned a few times the European Green Deal, which has been proposed by the new Commission some time ago, proposed based on the Paris Agreement to increase the greenhouse gas emission target to at least 55% and also to reach climate neutrality as a continent by 2050. And this has, of course, practical implications. It means, in very practical terms, that we will need quite significant investments per year. There are various studies on around, and of course, there is a certain there is the indication also that you will need at least 150 to 200 billion euros per year to be able to fulfill these targets. And this is not peanuts. I mean, this is really something where all of us, the different stakeholders, have to work together to make it happen. And it's also very clear that public funds alone will by far not be enough to really cover and address this investment gap that you can still see on the market. And therefore, it's also the clear intention of the European Commission to use public funds in the future more and more, and at the end also predominantly really to crowd in and leverage private finance. So that's really very important issue to be able to really reach those targets. And moreover, this is very relevant for what Prodesa is doing, but as Prodesa is also specifically addressing building renovations, it should also be emphasized again that within also the renovation wave that my colleague Dimitris has mentioned, building renovations will play a central role in this context. It's also clear that it's it's cities and municipalities that have a very huge potential for sustainable energy investment. So the potential really, I think, is indeed tremendous. Cities and communities play a key role in the intended European sustainable energy transition because they have, for a number of reasons. For instance, they have a huge potential really to accumulate significant pipelines of innovative also projects and pipelines of sustainable energy investments. It's also cities and municipalities that have, and that's very important also for Prodesa, that have an important role in bundling and aggregating smaller and fragmented projects into sizable portfolios that make them interesting, especially also for the private sector, finance sector. And it's also cities and municipalities that have an essential role in mobilizing the significant amount of finance which is actually needed for the energy transition. But at the same time, it's absolutely clear, and you know that better than me, that there still exist some basic barriers that are blocking the full realization of this potential that is there. And the European Commission is applying already in the past, but will do so also in the future, a number of dedicated tools to really help to overcome these barriers. And I would like to mention a few of those. Technical assistance has been mentioned already in the sessions before me as an important tool. And this has been proven, I would say, quite powerful in the past. So project development assistance is a very specific mechanism. We call it in short PDA, which was established already under the Horizon 2020 project and the preceding Intelligent Energy Europe program. And it is similar to the ELENA facility of the European Investment Bank that you have already heard about a little bit before. But it is also similar to other technical assistance facilities, some of which will be presented later on during the day too. Well, what is the intention? Because I have to say also that it is Prodesa that receives money and funds, especially under this funding mechanism, under the PDA topic. So what do we want to reach with that? The main purpose of PDA is really to build a significant, credible pipeline of sustainable energy projects all across Europe that really showcase that energy efficiency is a business case that also is attractive, especially to investors and financiers from the private sector. PDA projects therefore lead to very concrete investments on the ground, on the regional and national level. And in the context of project development, a lot of innovative financing solutions and schemes are and have been developed in these projects, which really mobilize private finance with a very high leverage factor, which is intended through PDA. This means, just to give you an idea, in this context, project development measures are funded to really build the necessary technical, economic, and legal expertise that is needed on the municipal level to set up these significant investment portfolios during the project duration. This means what we are funding are things like, for instance, the design of business plans or feasibility studies. We are funding the necessary financial engineering measures, or also the preparation of technical specifications or the setup and running of public procurement procedures. Overall, to really be able to achieve this high leverage factor and mobilize private finance, which is clearly intended by the tool, in particular also project aggregation to really reach this critical size is essential, plays an essential role, but also various forms of organizational innovation. And you will see later on during the day that this is exactly what has been addressed by Prodesa and gives a good example, I think, also for other projects. To give you an idea, so far, more than 50 so-called PDA projects have or will soon be contracted, which will lead overall to concrete sustainable energy investments of more than 1 billion euros on the ground, of which around 50% have already been achieved. You can also see that many different innovative financing schemes and solutions have been established by these projects, which are partly also already being replicated in other locations and in other contexts. You can see also a number of examples. I tried to summarize a few of them on the slide, and among those, again, you will see prominently highlighted the Prodesa project here in Greece. Another relevant tool, I think, in this context that I would like to mention is the so-called European City Facility, which was established, I would say, quite recently also under Horizon 2020. And I think it's important to emphasize that this specific tool and its concept was based on direct feedback by the market and also very concrete experiences with EU-funded projects, among those particularly also with PDA funded projects. In this sense, the city facility to a certain extent is also complementing these technical PDA facilities. In many cases, of course, it's clear that cities and municipalities have the relevant technical energy and climate strategies to be put in place, which are very, very ambitious. But in many cases, what they are missing are credible, robust, and sufficiently mature, let's call it, investment concepts. They are missing, but at the same time, they are a basic prerequisite for an initial access to various and different financing sources. Why is that the case? It's the case for a number of reasons, among those public authorities just often lack the capacity to transform their long-term energy and climate strategies, their SEAPs and SECAPs, into suitable investment concepts. And at the same time, they do not have enough resources to really access the legal and financial expertise which is necessary to collect additional data which are required. They do not have this access to expertise to really design an investment program of scale, for instance, again, by bundling projects or also pooling them with neighboring constituencies, which is always very tricky, or they don't have this access to the resources to, at the end, develop adequate finance strategies. And that's exactly where the European City Facility kicks in to bridge the gap between, on the one hand, the technical side of the project concept, and on the other hand, the actual implementation and financing on these projects on the ground. It has very distinct features which make it, I would say, quite an innovative instrument also in comparison to other instruments that the European Commission is implementing. Not only does it provide lump sums of 60,000 euros to cities and municipalities all across Europe to really to be able to develop exactly these investment concepts within a limited period of time, on the basis of regular calls with very quick and easy application and evaluation processes, but there are also country experts available to provide local support in local language throughout application and investment concept development. And last but not least, also the city facility is promoted on the ground by national city networks. A few words on the status. The first call was very successful. I think the city facility has received more than 50 applications from all EU member states plus the UK. And also, I think important for you is just to know that the second call at the moment is open for applications with even increased resources for the applicants until the end of the month. This means through these calls, a very large number of cities and municipalities will receive fast-track, tailor-made and simplified financial support to really develop overall more than 200 investment concepts within a limited period of time. These investment concepts should and will prepare cities and municipalities for the subsequent mobilization of significant investments, either in the case of simpler investment structures in simpler investment portfolios, either by accessing directly to private financiers or investors, or if needed and justified, this can also be done in combination with other EU-funded instruments like the European Fund for Strategic Investments, the Juncker Plan, European Structural Investment Funds, various PDA facilities, or also national investment programs. Now, these instruments were implemented under Horizon 2020, but also after the end of Horizon 2020 and the program. And Dimitris has already briefly touched upon this. There is a diverse and tailored EU funding landscape to further develop and support energy efficiency on the ground. And I will just name a few of those which you have heard for sure. So they include, for instance, the Recovery and Resilience Facility or the Just Transition Mechanism. They include InvestEU, but also importantly, they also include the Horizon Europe and the LIFE programs. And last but not least, also technical assistance will be touched upon by those. Particularly relevant for the topics that we are discussing today is the Clean Energy Transition LIFE sub-program, which will again to a large extent be managed by us, by SINEA. And this program aims to continue market uptake, exactly market uptake activities which have been implemented under Horizon 2020 with a 7 years budget of almost 1 billion euros in the future. Key objective in this context is again really to be close to the market, to really create suitable market and regulatory enabling conditions for the clean energy transition that we need to achieve, with a clear focus also on overcoming non-technological barriers and aspects. That's embedded, of course, within the whole objective of the LIFE program to really contribute very concretely with concrete funding approaches, with very concrete bottom-up project solutions to a circular, energy efficient, renewable energy-based and climate resilient economy. First calls, I think also important for you to know, first calls and all the details are expected to be launched very quickly. It's planned to be done already next month. So then all the details will be available. But what is clear so far, and I think important also just to keep in mind that these calls will address a number of intervention areas. These will include, for instance, the policy framework supporting the clean energy transition, or also the acceleration of technology rollout, digitalization, new services, business models, the enhancement of the related professional skills that have already been mentioned today as being very relevant, or also the very concrete and empowerment of citizens in this context. But very important for the topic that we are discussing today is there will be strong focuses on the attraction again of private finance for sustainable energy, and also on the development of local and regional investment projects. You can see also more information then on these topics on our website, and they will also be available on the funding portal. I think interesting for you could also be that there will be soon a European Info Day exactly on the details of these topics, which will be announced very soon, with an explanation of what is really funded with regard, especially also to the financing and innovative financing of sustainable energy investments in the various member countries. Last but not least, one word on another, I think, interesting event that might be interesting for you. On 15th and 16th of June of this year, there will be the next edition of the Covenant of Mayors Investment Forum that we are organizing. The Energy Efficiency Finance Marketplace, I think, is very relevant for the topic that you are discussing today, because during this event, a number of projects, really, I think around 50 projects, will present the bottom-up solutions that they have developed to really enable the financing of their investments on the ground, which could be replicated in other contexts and other locations. I think with this, I would like to stop here. Thank you very much for your attention. And of course, I would be happy to answer any questions. And of course, I wish the Prodesa projects all the very best. There will be still a few challenges to be taken until the end of the project, but I'm looking forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
Ευχαριστούμε τον φίλο των Ελλήνων δημάρχων.
Thank you so much for that. We would like to thank Zapfel in person, because through your presence you're giving the prestige and the dynamic needed for the implementation of the program. And as we saw before, all mayors express themselves in the best possible way when it comes to the cooperation that they have with you, which is very good, I would say. So shortly you will be with us. Let us continue with a truly, I would say, a person who is an Italian close to us, a staff of the bank, the WS, Mrs. Rusconi Paola, who has, of course, a Mediterranean identity like ourselves. So she's a specialist in terms of economy when it comes to green and sustainable investment, as well as an advisor of investment in significant European public and private bodies. She focuses on infrastructure within the urban tissue, where she seeks investment opportunities which she manages until a successful fulfillment. Now she's going to talk to us about the following: European Energy Efficiency Fund, finance solutions to advance sustainable cities. We are in need of that indeed, because sustainable cities, my dear Paola, is the future for our society and for local administrations. You have the floor for 15 minutes. Thank you, madam.
Thank you, and thank you for having me today. It's a pleasure to contribute to the discussion. I want indeed to present the European Energy Efficiency Fund. Let me see if I'm even able to share my screen and show you a couple of slides. I hope it works. And the fund is an investment instrument wanted and established around 10 years ago by the European Commission, which is still the main investor at present, and aims to support indeed the development of sustainable cities all across the European Union. So far, we have invested in 16 projects in 9 different countries. Unfortunately, not in Greece yet, but we're really looking forward to do so. Globally committing 200 million, and more importantly, enabling to save 64% of CO2 emissions at the portfolio level. So thanks to the investments of the European Energy Efficiency Fund, Europe saved in these locations on an average 64% of emissions, together with other positive impacts which we tracked at the fund level. It is one of the instruments of the EU recovery, and it's part of the package of the renovation wave, and more generally of the recovery instruments from the COVID and from the pandemic for what regards sustainability and blended finance. And we'll see a little bit more of that in a minute. What the EEF does is basically embodying a one-stop shop for all investment needs and all project needs for sustainable cities. So it's a fund which provides debt facility tailored on the needs of the project specific. So the features of each investment are designed and studied on the project needs in the first place. So the main goal of the fund is to be a financier providing debt in various modalities. Probably one of the more interesting at the moment is about purchase of credit. But also it can provide project equity or mezzanine and the various forms in the universe of the investment instruments available on the project finance basis. And this is the core of the activity of the fund. But in order to be a true one-stop shop, the EEF comes with another facility. We have heard earlier in the morning about technical facility instruments, one just before me and even before that regarding Elena. EEF has its own technical assistance facility funded in part by Elena, with which we share the effort of advancing sustainable cities in Europe. And we'll see also something about this in a moment. Who is the target? Who can benefit of the action and of the support of the EEF? It can be a public entity, a municipality, a province, a public body which wants to develop or which has a project enabling a positive impact on the environment and regarding smart cities, more generally speaking. And this public entity could be in principle be the borrower, so the direct beneficiary of the funding from the EEF. This is a case which just doesn't happen very frequently because of the needs of the public entities in terms of budget constraints, internal capabilities to run and develop certain type of projects. What we see more frequently as an expression of the market and as a consequence, as part of the portfolio and the pipeline of the fund, is an implementation of public-private partnerships. So where we have a private entity, a private company liaising with the public sector to develop a certain investment project. In that instance, it's the private entity, the company, which comes to the fund and receive to the EEF and receive funding to cover the investment needs of the project they are working for with the public sector. Third option, and we have the three examples already in the portfolio of the fund because the fund is an expression of the market. The third option is where the fund, the EEF, provides financing to another financier, to a bank or to another level or to another second level financier, which in returns supports a portfolio, a certain number of projects in line with the requirements of the fund in terms of sustainability, impact, etc. The three main sectors these beneficiaries are working on together with the EEF regard, and this is in practice what we mean when we say smart cities. The sectors are about energy efficiency, and examples could be renovation of public buildings, schools, hospitals, and we have some quick examples I wanted to comment with you later on. So public assets, public infrastructures, where we want to implement energy efficiency measures with a significant impact, or it could be a renewable energy project, or clean urban transport, or a combination of the three in the same initiative. What we have as a basic and fundamental requirement for the EEF is the level of impact produced thanks to these projects, to this initiative, which has to achieve at least 20% of CO2 and primary energy savings, together with other additional metrics which we measure. But this is a deal breaker, an unavoidable requirement we have, and we want to pursue for the European Energy Efficiency Fund, a significant level of impact for our local communities in Europe. Two other elements which are useful to have in mind when it comes to see where the EEF can be helpful is about the ticket size. So the fund targets to support projects for an amount in an indicative range between 5 and 25 million euro in all possible locations in the 27 member states of the European Union. You see here summarized the structure of the governance of the fund and how the funding actually works for the project, for the underlying projects. We have, on one hand, you see on the left side, DWS, which is a manager of the EEF, and the board of directors of the fund, where the investors sit. And on the right side, the ultimate beneficiaries, cities, ultimately and basically, but also the private companies, which in many cases are part of the PPPs developed by the cities themselves. And you see what I've mentioned before, in the middle, the instruments we have: debt and equity, financing directly to cities and private companies, or indirect investment, indirect financing for banks, or the technical assistance, which when we activate the technical assistance, is a step before the actual investment and the actual financing provided by the EEF. So first, technical assistance to set the basics of the project and come to the public procurement phase, and after the public procurement, the actual investment from the EEF. We have investors right now, the European Commission, which is the initiator and anchor investor, together with the EIB and Cassa Depositi e Prestiti, which is the national development institution of Italy. DWS and other private investors are on the private side, let's say, of the EEF, which is an example of blended finance, where the public and private efforts and resources come together to enable a change. The fund is in a fundraising phase, so we are growing the EEF from the current size of 150 million to, we target, around about the double, in an evergreen structure based in Luxembourg. Here, a few words on the technical assistance. I wouldn't spend many time on this because I'm pretty sure we are quite all familiar with Elena and the other forms of technical assistance available at the European level. But I would just spend a few words on the difference, or what distinguishes this technical assistance from the other instruments available on the market. Well, first, this is part of the famous one-stop shop I was mentioning at the beginning. So the EEF, the European Energy Efficiency Fund, is the one place where a public entity or a private entity working with the public sector can find both the support to develop the initial stages of a certain project, from the energy audits to the feasibility studies, scoping of the project, assistance in the contracts for the public procurement phase first, and then the money, the resources also to realize the actual investment as a second step in the process. This is the first element of added value in the proposition of the EEF. And secondly, this technical assistance is studied in a way to be an accelerator of projects for the public sector. In particular, it's interesting to see the acceleration effect from the setup of this TA. We don't provide budget money to the public entity, to the municipality, the consortium of municipalities, the province, whatever the public entity can be. We provide directly the people, so the team they need to realize the various steps in this part of the process to develop a project. So they receive directly the additional human resources, expertise, time, people needed to develop the steps I've mentioned, the energy audits, the feasibility studies, the contracts for the public procurement phase, and everything which normally burdens quite a lot a public entity, because it entails for the public entity otherwise to launch a long and in some cases exhausting public procurement phase just to start with the initial phases of the project. So normally the public entity has two phases of public procurement: one to make use of the money provided by other types of technical assistance, and then at the end of this technical assistance phase, they have to launch another public procurement phase to realize investments. With the EEF, we have cut the initial steps thanks to a new call for proposal managed directly by the European Energy Efficiency Fund, where we have selected the consultants. And then we make this matchmaking activity of combining the beneficiary, the public entity, with the team of consultants, which can help in the implementation of the initial steps of the process to realize an investment project. This enabled and results in cutting the time needed to allow the project come to fruition, to reach fruition. Normally, as a market average, we see this time of projects taking normally 5 years or more from the blank page at the beginning, where the project is just an idea, a nice to have a concept, to the moment where it's investable and it gives the local communities the change they want to see. So a smarter city. Normally this takes 5 years or more. With this technical assistance, we have enabled an acceleration to less than 2 years. Now, a quick overview of some real cases, some projects you can possibly relate to. You see here in this page that we have a variety of locations, of investment forms, technologies, and size of projects. I would focus on 3 examples to give you the sense of what is doable. Here, an example of a project in Italy, in Bologna, where one of the main public hospitals in the country entered in this ambitious project to change the overall heating, cooling, and energy management system of the hospital, which is in practice a citadel. It's about 30 buildings composing the entire facility and the entire infrastructure, with a project volume of 41 million covered by 32 million by the EEF through a project bond facility. Here the real challenge was to enable the activities, the healthcare activities keep going without any interruption or without suffering of any delays or problem due to the project or the energy efficiency project itself, and at the same time realize this change and allow to deliver to the patients and staff and all people using this facility a better quality of service and a better quality of infrastructure, which happened. the other example, it's very different by all aspects, in the sense that the size of the project is much smaller. It's some 13 million project covered by the EEF for 12 million through purchase of credits. So by purchasing in advance the future credits produced by the project itself in the concession agreement between the public entity, which is a consortium of municipalities, and the private sector. In this case, this project is also a result of a previous technical assistance facility, which we manage in the EEF. So first, we had the technical assistance phase, advising and supporting the initial stages of the project, and then the actual investment in the form of the purchase of credit from the private company vis-à-vis the consortium of municipalities. And we're talking about street lighting with a complementary set of technologies embedded in the infrastructure. The last example I want to see with you is about sustainable mobility, electric buses in Lithuania. This is a very nice example. I find it very, very interesting for several reasons. From the EEF point of view, this is a project equity investment. So we moved from the debt side to the equity side of the investment instruments, and entered in a joint venture with a local mobility provider, which developed a property solution for electric buses with very specific and innovative technical features. Just to mention one, the batteries are recharged at an extremely fast pace compared to other technical solutions on the market, and the size of the initiative is also definitely smaller than the others I've shown you. We are talking about 4 million of investment from the fund, from the European Energy Efficiency Fund, for a project which is right now 5 million, and I'm sorry for the noise outside my window. 5 million now, with the perspective to grow and have a much higher impact, not only in Lithuania, but also in other countries in Europe. So this was to give you a bit of the spectrum of the possibilities which are doable in general for cities, for public entities, when it comes to make smart cities real, and what of this is doable through the European Energy Efficiency Fund. And I'm happy to take any questions or have an exchange afterwards.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Rusconi, for your presentation, because you gave to us many different examples. You showed to us what should have been implemented in different cities where we see sustainable development. You touched upon the buses example, you talked about the hospital in Bologna and many other interventions. I believe that it's very important, the intervention of the Energy Efficiency Fund. You can use it in the best possible way, both always in collaboration with you. Let us move on with our next speaker. Next presentation will be delivered by a person who is the head of our bank, I would say, because to us the Consignment Deposits and Loans Fund is the bank of the municipal authorities. We're talking about Stamatis Dimitris, the head of the BOD, of the bank, a friend, a dear friend for many, many years. He had his own course in politics, but also in managing the public sphere. Let me tell you that Dimitris Stamatis has been an MP from 1985 to 1993, the head of the civil aviation from 2004 to 2005, the Secretary General of the Ministry of Transport and Communication 2005-2006, Secretary General of the region of Eastern Macedonia and Thrace with the local authorities. He has been involved there, 2009, 2010. The minister close to the prime minister in 2012, from 2012 to 2015. Again, an MP from 2015 to 2019, and today the head of our bank, that is the Consignment Deposits Loans Fund, with whom we collaborate daily. Kede participates in the BOD of this bank, because indeed this is a common fund, because together we are participating in projects and tools. Mr. Stamati, you have the floor for 15 minutes, please. What are your proposals in this framework financing instruments for local authorities? Thank you.
First of all, good afternoon to all, ladies and gentlemen. I wish you fruitful proceedings on the occasion of today's occasion. And I hope that this conference will be to the benefit of local government, and by that, we mean to the benefit of citizens. I would like to seize this opportunity to say something I did not intend initially to say, but your introductory remarks encouraged me to do so. You said that the Consignment Deposits and Loans Fund is your fund, is the local government fund. Now I would like to assure you that our targeting in the new era is indeed to benefit the municipalities. The Consignment Deposits and Loans Fund is by far the major public fund with its own resources, and it aspires to resolve the problems related to local government through the provision of financing instruments. Allow me to provide you with some examples of our objectives when it comes to investment loans, the refinancing, to put some order for the finances of municipalities, programs for street lighting. We also have the program with the European Bank for a budget of 134 million. I will elaborate on that later. And of course, the two far-reaching programs, Electra and Adonis Tritsis. But apart from that, I would like to say that our objective is indeed to act as a practical credit institution for the support of local government, especially this era. I have a first-hand experience because of my experience not only as the Secretary General of the region of Central Macedonia, but I used to also serve as the town council at the town councillor at Kalamaria Thessaloniki. I was also a provincial councillor, so I know what the problems for local government are here, and I know very well that currently the municipalities here in Greece are experiencing a very delicate moment, because after the austerity period, after the financial crisis, the corona pandemic has led to an increase of municipal expenditure and a drop of their revenue, which is why we at the Consignment Deposits and Loans Fund feel the need to support the municipalities, for we all work for the benefit of this country and for the benefit of our fellow citizens. And it is not by accident that we have been upgrading a body, the D7 unit, a body of the Consignment Deposits and Loans Fund, in order to be more successful as an assistant for the municipalities which will cooperate with us in a more modern environment. We have indeed entered into a know-how and service provision contract with the EIB, the European Investment Bank. And this will greatly help, certainly, because through that service upgrade, we will be in a position to help more successfully, more appropriately, all the municipalities and other local government entities which wish to cooperate with us. Moreover, we have not had the time to discuss in our only recent meeting with the administration of KEDE. I said that back then, that I know very well that the the cash availables of the municipalities are committed for expropriations. I know very well that several municipalities find it difficult to launch auctions for that reason, although they may be, their financial situation may be far from bad in the long run. And so we are thinking of creating an ESCO account in which the fund, but of course this is part of our self-regulation, so the fund will shoulder the municipalities' commitment as soon as the municipalities will have to pay back to the beneficiaries the value of the expropriation, and so kind of replace, substitute the municipality on the basis of a specific contract, and thus the municipalities will see their financial possibilities and potential unleashed. This is something I'm announcing unofficially, of course, but I know very well that if we take such a decision, this would be beneficial for the municipalities. This is, I'm saying that just to advise our intentions, just to let you know our intentions and the intention to support municipalities and other local government entities. So, Chair, there's a full coincidence when it comes to our feelings. Our feelings are mutual. Now, when it comes to energy efficiency projects in particular, first of all, we have street lighting programs. This program started through a co-financing with EIB. Today is being implemented with our own resources. And certainly this program marks a financial and quality upgrade for municipalities. And we are cooperating with CRES, with the Center for Renewable Energy Sources. And CRES is an advisor to us and to KEDE in order to put in place street lighting projects, either with the financing coming from the municipality or the co-financing with some investment fund. Second program has to do with the power provision by applying net metering through PV stations. I have to admit that this program has been underused so far. Of course, there's no reason we publicly pronounce ourselves in favor or against some of our programs, but I need to say that this program would benefit the municipalities. Let us note of a far-reaching loan agreement we entered into with the European Investment Bank, and which officially was announced by the President of the EIB and Prime Minister Mitsotakis recently. And there are two pillars of this program. One is Tritsis, the Tritsis project, and the other is Electra project. Electra has to do with energy upgrade of building public building infrastructure, especially the building stock of the municipalities. Allow me to say that even the Consignment Deposits and Loans Fund premises, the building in which I am right now, needs to be retrofitted because it is a high energy intensity building. So it's high time we thought that for ourselves. And this is not just a way to upgrade our quality of life, but also will help us save money. This goes for us as for the municipalities. So this program is under the supervision of the Ministry for Energy and the Environment, and with the support of the experienced personnel of the Consignment and Deposit and Loans Fund. The budget of the program, when it comes to the loan pillar, amounts to 500 million, out of which 375 are loans from the EIB, and 125, the Speaker corrects himself, it comes from the Consignment Deposits and Loans Fund. But this budget is extended to increase to 700 million through the participation of the municipalities through their own resources or the mobilization of private investors, who would like to participate. I would like to take the opportunity to talk to you about the agreement we entered into with the EIB. That was the offspring of a month-long negotiation. Initially, we had hesitations, second thoughts, and certainly there were some problems that needed to be addressed, including the absorption rate. When I started the negotiation at the beginning of last year, as soon as we found out that the state found out that the Consignment Deposits and Loans Fund was ready to enter into an agreement for 2.5 billion, and knowing the low absorption rate, many had second thoughts about the ambitions of this plan. We found it very difficult in the past to help absorb 124 million of our resources, so we find it difficult to convince all the competent representatives amidst the corona pandemic to achieve a 105 million absorption, which paved the way for the first barrier to be lifted. Secondly, the Consignment Deposits and Loans Fund can extend loan programs even beyond the boundary, the limit of 1.5 billion, and that was the case with the EIB, the agreement with the EIB. Which has 1.5 billion as its project line. As you may understand, this means that depending on the absorption of the already contracted amount, we will be in a position to increase the object of our contract. So it is up to us, it is up to the local government entities to manage to do that. This is a program, in other words, an investment program that goes beyond 1.5 billion euro, that could even amount to 3 billion should use to the utmost this possibility for the benefit of municipalities. Now, when it comes to the Electra program, this is a smaller program. However, it can be scaled up. However, it has other kinds of difficulties. It is a specialized program. And so it calls upon a thorough study of the regulations that will be at the basis of procurement. And so all the stakeholders need to abide by a specific framework, which is different from the Adonis Tritsis project. As far as I know, this is known to the leadership of the Ministry of the Environment. And also we, at the Consignment Deposits and Loans Fund, are thinking of how to help, thanks to the experience we have accumulated in order for this program to be successfully implemented. Because let us not forget that this program has an additional advantage, that is, that it sees the participation, the involvement of private investments. With all the advantages that arise therefrom, to the benefit of the local communities, etc. So thanks to these three financial instruments, the financial tools we can offer in the energy efficiency sector, and many more, which are not closed to energy, are at your full disposal. Out of the 100 million of the first loan contract with the EIB, allow me to say that 70% of the projects already implemented were energy-related projects. And that allowed for the participation of EIB to participate with 75%. We participated with the 25%. So thank you very much. Thank you for listening, and we will be at your full availability. We will never cease supporting the municipalities, and I would like to repeat my invitation for you to think about the ESCO account we intend to create for the benefit of municipalities as well. Thank you very much, dear Dimitris. Thank you. Thank you for having enlightened us on your programs, on your endeavors to upgrade the service provision through the Consignment Deposits and Loans Fund. Thank you for having explained what the opportunities are for municipalities, and I am confident that our cooperation in the future will become even closer. I would like now to continue by giving the floor to another representative of the banking sector who will make a presentation of other possibilities, other financial possibilities that the local governments have to upgrade energy-wise. And so we are delighted and we're honored to have here Mr. Verelis Dimitrios, Director of the Sustainable Banking Direction of Piraeus Bank. He has been cooperated with institutional partners of Piraeus Bank at the European level, while at the same time he coordinates the involvement of Piraeus Bank in NSRF-related issues, and this is important. We know that the Piraeus Bank has repeatedly supported similar actions. He also is involved in the current development law in environmental economy issues. He represents the Piraeus Bank at the Greek Union of Banks, and he is a member of the Investment Committee of the Greek Sustainable Development Fund and the Macroeconomic Issues Commission of the Piraeus Bank Group. And his presentation is entitled Financing Instrument for Energy Efficiency and Renewable Energy Sources.
Yes, I will respect the 15 minutes. Yes, because we are running out of time. You understand? Yeah, I understand. No problem. Thank you so much for having me today. I would like to thank Kevin for this very useful initiative to concentrate all speakers. I listened to many interesting views and thoughts. as long as I was with you from this morning. In Piraeus Bank, we have developed a huge experience, a lengthy experience when it comes to the environment and sustainable development. And I'm pretty happy because I see that the topic of this conference is related to energy saving and RES. It seems that this matches the character, the nature and the DNA of our group. Since 2004 already, before all the environmental issues and sustainability went into the public discourse, in the bank we have developed the environmental policy of the group in an effort to reply to different challenges that were lying ahead. At the end of the day, we saw that this became a reality. Recently, our bank, along with other 29 banks, international groups that is, we participated in forming the responsible banking principles under the aegis of the environmental program of the UN. Quite gladly we saw that in due course, having published these principles, they were adopted by the remaining Greek banks. Furthermore, gradually, within the next 2 or 3 years, we shall see the implementation of these principles in practice. This year, or rather, the second semester of 2020, we had the joy to be the first Hellenic bank that introduced into the Greek market the financing sustainability launch, that is, financing based on environmental indicators and in criteria of sustainable development, which is the first step towards this strategy shaped by the group in the framework of the responsible banking framework. Today, we have a palette, we have an umbrella of products when it comes to sustainability covering all needs. Let me give you an example. We cover the whole market starting from the part of individuals, retailers, that is, where we can see green housing products or products for somebody who wants to upgrade his dwelling. An important contribution to the programs of the environment with the program Exikonomo Autonomo in Greece. Then when it comes to businesses, in small businesses with standardized products, moving on and ending to complicated financing solutions covering big projects, even projects of strategic interest. We are focusing on RES, of course. We are focusing on activities which are about energy saving, management of waste and water resources. And quite lately, I don't know whether you're aware of that, we had a big contribution in green transport, financing the organization of transport in Thessaloniki for brand new 180 brand new buses, as well as some suburban buses of Attica and other areas in the framework of upgrading their fleet. Respectively, the products. This is something that we shall see quite intently in our country in the years to come. I would like us to focus on 2 products mainly, which are closer to what we are discussing today. I'm talking about private finance for energy efficiency. It's a partnership with the European Investment Bank, that is why the name is in English, to the speaker. It's a pilot program that is available in cooperation both with the European Investment Bank, as I said before, and with the European Commission, because it is covered by the LIFE program, a combined project that aims at showing to the market that these investments are investments that can be financed by banks. These are investments that have a financial result, investments that may give to financial institutions a sense of safety for their implementation and results. We're very proud for that. Our partners in Brussels and abroad moved on with contracts. One of them was with Piraeus Bank. I should say that it was the bigger one implemented. The aim is through providing liquidity as well as the resources through the specific program to implement the first pilot projects at the level of energy saving. And yet we believe that it's extremely important the fact that this is the first program that goes a bit beyond energy saving in buildings, but it touches upon the productive procedure of a company that needs to upgrade and improve its environmental footprint or its energy footprint. The second point to focus on is the infrastructure fund. It is a program, it is an initiative of the Ministry of Growth, which allocated significant resources both from NSRF and from the public investment program to create a fund that has allocated its direction to the Piraeus Bank. The aim is to finance investments which are about medium-sized infrastructures in some sectors of interest for our current debate as well. We are talking about investments related to the environment, related to the production and the energy saving, of course covering RES, but mainly RES with offsetting of energy, which is something of interest for our viewers and spectators today. Mainly it covers investments which give a possibility of growth, that is, investments which, regardless of them being private or not, municipal or regional, they might have a result, a positive, significant result, social, political, in the area. They can be financed, rather, we can finance private investments which can offer significant labor posts in a specific area, if an area is in need. They rather reposition in the urban map infrastructures that have been abandoned buildings, old industrial buildings, old warehouses in the framework of the cities. That is problems that we are all facing, and you are all facing, I should say, which can create a multiplying effect within the small world of a municipality, mainly within a municipality which is not one of the two or three big ones in our country. Broadly speaking, the bank has a big experience in financing projects about RES. This is something that we have earned, I could say. But lately, there has been a big experience when it comes to energy saving projects. What I can share with you is about our own experience domestically, in our domestic environment. We're starting from a big project that lasted quite long, intervening in our own infrastructure, the one that we are using. We have seen for the last 5 years a decrease by 22% when it comes to the energy consumption per employee and per square meter. I believe that the two percentages are quite close, with a respective result, a financial output that is, to the expenditure of the organization. What I can share with you from my experience is that largely these were interventions that didn't have a particular financial cost, but the most important thing, what we saw, which was a very important initiative, a big percentage came from the so-called soft interventions, without any cost to implement. But these were interventions that are pretty helpful in the employees adopting some main principles, and that would lead to no waste energy, to no energy waste rather. For instance, shutting the lights or shutting the air conditioning when completing a task, etc. This kind of interventions which had not a significant cost, but they delivered. As you might have seen, we have one key priority. I'm talking about the green transition. That is, the Greek economy will move on towards a greener atmosphere, more environmental friendly era. the budgets and the budget that will come in our country is quite big, both coming from the RRF of the EU and through the new NSRF that will start shortly. Piraeus Bank-wise, we believe that it is a strategic goal of ours and a strategic responsibility to join forces with our partners, with the remaining banks, of course, so that everybody can contribute both to the leverage of these resources and to the implementation and acceleration, even to the maturity of some investment schemes. The aim is to move on now that we have this opportunity into a post-COVID era, which will start shortly. In other words, we must be able to move on, turning the page for our country. We believe that it is very important to use altogether both our experience and our forces, so that starting with the implementation of all these projects and starting with the absorption of the fund coming from the RRF, this might lead us to a new page, to a new chapter for our country. I hope that I didn't argue that much. I believe that I was more than on time, keeping and respecting my time window. I would like to thank you for your attention, and I will be available for any questions or comments. And broadly speaking, as a last message, let me tell you that as Piraeus Bank, we are strategically, but also at the level of daily routine, we have one goal rather. Our goal is to help you with the implementation of all credible investment plans. We're here for you, we are next to you, we are next to any partner around Greece, so that we can help everybody to implement any project. Thank you so much. Thank you very much, Mr. Varelis. You were on time, which is important, very important, because we should award those who were on time. This is our daily job, being a moderator. Yeah. We have left with 5 minutes more. What you said is very important. And all other speakers from Piraeus Bank, from other banking organizations, tools are too many for the Greek society. So it's a golden chance now to use that new horizon can be seen ahead. I believe that municipalities are mature enough, there are the conditions, the legal framework has become much better, so that we can claim resources wherever they are available to multiply the benefit for our citizens, because this is our dream, this is our target, this is our audience besides the targets of the European and domestic banks. Thank you so much for your speech. Thank you indeed. We shall continue, and I would like to thank, besides all the speakers, both from Europe and Greece, I would like to thank all the staff from the European banks and the different funds, because they gave a new dimension about the tools available in Europe and in our country, so that local authorities could run, could accelerate, leverage some resources and maximize the benefit for all citizens. Now, the third part, which will start in some seconds from now, is about sustainable solutions for local authorities. That is, we heard to the policies, we heard to different national priorities, we heard to the financing tools available, which are plenty, I could say. We listened to the Greek ministries. Now, it's high time we went to sustainable solutions for local authorities. Eminent speakers will give their own view. So we welcome you to this third part of our international online conference related to the energy efficiency and the energy footprint overall. the energy footprint of municipalities and society in this new era, the different tools available. Let me start with the head of energy efficiency program coming from Evditi, which is UDT company. She will help me with the correct reading of that. Mrs. Athanassakou is for the Secretariat of Prodesa project. She has served in sustainable energy for more than 30 years. Today, she works for Evditi company, head of the Energy Efficiency and Sustainability Department. This is a very important task, I should say, about sustainability in the environment. I believe that I pronounced the company correctly. Yes, you were right. Please correct me if I'm wrong. No, you were right. Now, you are responsible about the different energy contracts, if I'm not mistaken. We will be more than glad to listen to your presentation. Please respect your time frame, 15 minutes only. I know that you will respect this time only. You have the floor, madam. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice President. Allow me to share my screen and start right away. Hopefully you can hear me, you can listen to me and see me, and you can see my screen rather, says the speaker. Yes, we can see both of you and the presentation. Confirm. No, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your introduction. Now, my presentation does not only to have with energy efficiency contract, but with the Prodesa project at large. Together with Argyro Giacomi, my colleague, we will make this presentation. And first of all, I would like to make a brief introduction about the Prodesa project. Now, the Prodesa project supports 7 Attica municipalities which cooperate for the maturity of flagship projects in 116 municipal buildings in the street lighting network of 3 municipalities with 22,000 bulbs. The budget of Prodesa amounts to 20 million. The main characteristics of the project is the bundling of smaller projects in order to reap the benefits of economies of scale and, of course, the quicker creation of revenues. There is an emphasis laid on private investment through the energy efficiency contracts. The project is financed by the Energy Development Assistance of Horizon 2020. This is a far-reaching project with an impact on 500,000 citizens. Of course, you are already familiar with the partnerships, so I will not elaborate on these. Only 5 out of 7 municipalities implement actions for Paleo, Faliro, and Marousi will repeat the Prodesa activities. The Central Union of Municipalities of Greece disseminates the results, and there are 5 public and private entities which support the partnership through technical, financial, and legal advice. Now, the Prodesa project aspiration is to mature and sustainable energy efficiency projects, while at the same time mobilizing private capitals. Unfortunately, the speaker's image is frozen, so we cannot hear her. We do have some interruptions of the connection. Now, usually this is the company gives indirectly a loan to the municipality, but unlike the banking loan, it is different on the fact that it is not written in the balance sheet. Another aspiration of Prodesa is for the actions implemented by the 5 municipalities to be success stories and common practices, both for other municipalities and financing entities. We create tenders, so model of contracts and calls for invitation, which will help the municipal employees to be up to the task. Last but not least, the Prodesa aims to create a network of 30 municipalities which will be able to benefit from technical assistance for free to implement the project according to the financing models studied and shaped by Prodesa. This is the structure and the steps followed by Prodesa. The first phase saw the implementation of 3 phases. First, the energy renovation studies was drawn up after a specific tender. We have drawn up specifications which were common for all the municipalities in order to be acceptable by other municipalities. At the same time, we took care of the mapping and benchmarking of the available financing mechanisms to see whether we should opt for complementary sources of financing. And because the mechanism of the EPCs is quite a novelty for public sector, we tried to understand the difficulties and obstacles faced by companies and municipalities in order to discuss with a view to overcoming those obstacles in order to create attractive and bankable projects. Out of the 3 actions, we saw the bundling of projects and the selection of financing mechanisms. Right now, the tenders and invitations to tender are being finalized. Of course, we also tried to create a framework to enhance the capabilities of all the member stakeholders and the employees working. Now, what are the projects? Allow me to start with the buildings. Most of the buildings are schools, premises, offices, but also sports and cultural centers. They are more than 30 years old, so they need to see their thermal protection improved, and few of these buildings have PV systems. Of course, energy audit and energy inspection first took place, and on the basis of the results of the energy inspection, specific interventions were preferred, as thermal insulation of the roof, ventilation with heat recovery, LED lighting, and the replacement of a boiler with heat pumps. And so electrification of heating, as well as the installation of rooftop PV. Thanks to these interventions, we have managed to upgrade energy efficiency by 40%, while the rest are covered by PV systems. We have managed to achieve a 70% saving for all municipalities as an average. There are 3 municipalities which implement street lighting replacement with a monitoring system, and which gives birth to a 63% of primary energy saving. Allow me just to say that when it comes to CO2 gas emissions are clearly and drastically reduced, while the investment amount of the of the project gives rise to 330 new jobs. So these are amongst the benefits. Now, final bundling of the project, the overall budget to date amounts to 28.2 million euro. And here you may see specific interventions. At Alimos, we have, for example, 20 buildings for a budget of 2.3 million euro. We created 8 groups. Of course, the optimal solution would be to have just one project, but that was not possible for different reasons. We had different implementation rates and paces by the municipalities. There was not easy to implement at the same time the building retrofit with street lighting. So now we already have street lighting. The 2 out of the 3 street lighting projects have been finalized because they were just, their implementation was quicker than the renovation of buildings. At Prodesa, we worked on Excel spreadsheets and we used them in order to create the preliminary financial plans. And of course, here you may see the breaking in of the financial patterns. The ESCOs participate in all cases. In the case of Alimos and Ayanargiri Kamatero, a public subsidy was necessary because of the high amount of specific interventions. In the case of Agios Dimitrios, we have a project exclusively of photovoltaic panels, and so its financing was achieved through energy performance contracts. At the same time, we are finalizing the tenders of the calls for each and every group of project that will be presented by Argyro Giacomi. But before giving the floor to Argyro, I would like to say that mixing the financing mechanisms is not easy, especially when public subsidies are lying, they are involved. First of all, because the time factor not always allows that, and at the same time, the eligibility criteria need to be defined beforehand in order to have a clear landscape, because these criteria need to be taken into account to shape the interventions. I'm thinking of the ceiling of subsidy or borrowing, for example. What is the maximum amount of money a municipality may borrow, for example? This is important. We need to know that beforehand. Or the subsidy of specific energy interventions. The energy improvement objectives that need to be met also are important to be taken into account. Sometimes we have contradictory requirements because, for example, the energy saving approach for the public sector may be based on KENAC, on the energy efficiency building regulation, for example, while on the other hand we have the real consumption which are taking place for the banks, etc. Now, allow me to interrupt in order to also introduce Mrs. Giacomi, who is a partner at the Department of Energy Policy Department at CAPE, that is the CRES, the Center for Renewable Energy Sources. She has participated in European and national projects which regard the analysis of policy measures for the promotion of energy performance, the development of energy service market. She is a member of the CRES group which participates in the implementation of the Prodesa project. I apologize, Argyro, if at the beginning I forgot to introduce you, and of course that was not a problem. No problem with that, says Argyro. So, having listened to Eva, let us now listen to Argyro.
Να συνεχίσω
Thank you to all.
που άφησε η Εύα. Νομίζω βλέπετε την παρουσίαση.
You see the presentation, I believe. Am I right? Yes.
Να μπω στο κομμάτι
So,
κατευθείαν που είχε να κάνει με το
let me talk about the availability of the market in this attention of ours, that is the participation of private funds in these investments. So, as Eva said, there was supposed to be a dialogue with all stakeholders, municipalities, and the candidate companies which want to be active in the field, and with other parties of the central government, financial institutions, a wider dialogue. This took place in two phases. The thematic discussion covered pretty much everything: the tender, the procurement phase, the financing scheme, guarantees available, obligations from both sides, this contractor and superseding authority, etc., etc. Let me just give you an overview. A general conclusion from all our procedure is that there were different views from the beginning of this dialogue, and as we moved on with a specific approach in Prodesa, which would become more precise, this was the object of the second dialogue, this approach that we shall try with Prodesa, that was a positive approach from the market. The market perceived that as a bridge between the traditional projects and the energy efficiency contracts. A first approach that we would have, I don't know whether you can see the screen, okay, perfect. There was a positive reply. When it comes to subsidies, because this is also an important part of the Fed in the financing mixture, the financing mix rather, the prerequisites are the ones that we all know. Prerequisites are set by the managing authorities, like the clear propriety, clear ownership, the pre-assessment control, and the energy efficiency certificate. Moreover, next to that, we included the logic of energy control, that is the main energy consumption, and what is the clear consumption, what was the added value. So an authority, let's say municipality, which wants to move on with this plan, should take into account all this maturity, have an energy control, see the measures, the target set, what is the budget, talk about a specific timeline using the financing tools in Prodesa. We have this technical solution which has been defined by all this effort. We must set some minimum standards, and usually the criterion was not the lowest price but the best ratio between quality and price. It is necessary to set some prerequisites about how we shall measure and monitor this whole issue, that is the measurement control system, and of course we saw in practice that the budget should be drafted based on the prices of the market and not based on the prices on the official gazette. Now, the type of contract form, because there are two types of contract, the guaranteed performance and the shared benefit. We opted for the first, meaning that the contractor will guarantee specific levels of energy efficiency throughout the contract, not just for 1 year's time, but for 8-10 years according to the duration of the contract. This energy efficiency means a specific energy saving, a saving in energy and cost at the same time, because we are interested in cost as well. And then how this will be paid off. The contractor will take a first payment with implementation of the interventions guaranteed by the subsidies, and the remaining part, which will come from the private participation of the contractor in the implementation of the project, we will follow some specific installments. If there is any deviation from that specific guarantee, there is a clause activated related to the deviation from the guaranteed benefit for the municipalities. Now here, we have the monitoring and control program, which is very important between the contracting parties, setting the tone about how this will be used, how we shall collect data, how we can monitor operation, under what procedure, what methodology we shall measure efficiency, the different reports that should be drafted to monitor all that, as well as the verification of measurements of different results by an independent third party. In the framework of the pilot phases of Prodesa, CRES will play this role, and it was something highlighted by the dialogue that took place market-wise and municipalities-wise. There was a need for a third party, a credible third party, credible by both parties to verify the results. Now, this program for measuring and control, as we have drafted in Prodesa, has three main pillars. First, conduct, that is the rules of energy efficiency. We cannot neglect that. We don't have something based on this regulation, but it would be wise for municipalities to know the objectives that would be served by this regulation. Now, measurements, efficiency of equipment, we are following specific parameters in our infrastructure through this program, and we know exactly how we can activate a penal clause related to the performance of the equipment. The third branch that was lacking, as we saw during the first phase, there were no data in the municipalities. We were easy to find data, so we include monitoring within this 10-year contract, the contract of energy efficiency. We shall also see some indicators, key performance indicators and benchmarking, so the municipality may have an overall image for each building and what can be done in each municipal building. Let me come to the end, in order not to argue further, that the most important results of this project were that we have a standardization of steps and procedures in the framework of the study, the financial evaluation, the tender and the contract, and all that will be available. There is a combination of the private capital with traditional subsidies to achieve leverage of private funds. We shall have two results of implementation of some projects from the municipalities participating in that. There will be some published tenders, which will be the example of excellence to be reproduced. And then we have also created the network of 30+ municipalities willing to produce results, having as a absolute aim to contribute to the energy upgrade of our buildings in the country. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you indeed. Thank you so much. Thank you. I would like to thank Mrs. Giacomi and Mrs. Athanasakou for their contribution to that project. It is very, very important because we are in need of that. It is an innovative effort done by the local authorities, many other stakeholders, so it's very, very important. Your contribution is very important. I'm talking about the contribution of CRES. Now, let us go to our neighboring Italy, in a very, very good region, I would say, to me at least, the region of Piemonte. We shall talk to the responsible of the sustainable energy sector, who is Mr. De Nigris Silvio. Mr. De Nigris is responsible for projects related to energy efficiency at a local and regional level. He works in the region of Piemonte and is responsible for the Covenant of Mayors and for the Energy Observatory. In the past, he has been the head of the energy department in the metropolitan area of Torino. He has managed up to now a series of European projects, in some of them being the head. I should say that it is our great joy to have with us a person of the local authorities from our dear country, Italy, from this good region, who is going to present his own thoughts within 15 minutes about his topic, which is energy efficiency, investments in public buildings using energy performance contracting in Piemonte region. My dear De Nigris, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and thank you for this very nice introduction, Mr. Chairman. It is my pleasure to be here, unfortunately not in Greece, which is a really nice place to be, and let's hope for the future. Okay, so let's go to the presentation, and thanks for the invitation. And okay, I will provide some examples of energy efficiency investment that has been implemented in public buildings using APC. And we did it for the first time under an Intelligent Energy Europe project called 2020 Together, but then we kept on going with the other project initiatives And so we have we had the possibility to experience some projects in this field. And I will focus my presentation mainly on the structure and the concept of our model. Since I have to say that the presentation of Prodesa project it was very interesting, and it is pretty much aligned to what we did. So I will try to focus on some aspects of the concept that we developed. And the first question was that we had to move from a standard procedure in which the public authority has to look for the money on the market, to select a construction company that had to implement the works on the buildings and get the payback savings. This is a standard procedure, but we want to explore this APC, which is different. We had to select an ESCO that had the responsibility to get money on the market by its own and implement the renovation work and, let me say, pay back the investment with savings. So in order to do this, I have to say that in Italy we had some good conditions from financial point of view. I mean, in terms of grants, incentives in the past, and we still have this. But what we needed was to build to create a demand, I would say. So this was one of the main aspects that we focused on. We have to put on the market some good pipeline of investment, which was the tricky part of the game. And we went for this bundling approach, so the aggregation of demand. In the region, we have quite a lot of municipalities, and most of them are really very small. And if we want to create an APC, we are obliged to go for the bundling. And what we did is to select buildings belonging to different municipalities and create a bundle together. And so what we did, it was not to take all the stock belonging to the municipalities, but just picking up some buildings that mixed together could make the investment sustainable from an ESCO perspective. And we had different options to bundle this. One option could be to have a kind of multilateral agreement among the municipalities that appoint a contracting authority. And another option could be to have some kind of bilateral agreements from the municipalities to a lead partner, which for 2020 together, for example, it was the metropolitan city of Torino, but it could be the region, it could be whatever else. And then this lead partner can appoint a contracting authority acting on behalf of the municipalities. And the scheme, this second scheme is better, in my understanding, because to keep together this aggregation of building municipalities with for quite a long time, it's not very easy. So in the case of withdrawal of one municipality, we could have some problems with this scheme. So okay, this option is better for me. And when we created the bundling, as I said, we have this partnership agreement with the lead partner appointed to manage the bundling. We had the possibility to have a joint procurement procedure and to select an ESCO that wanted to implement the investment on the buildings. And what happened after was, after the awarding, there was the signature of a framework contract with the lead partner, and then as many APC contracts as the municipalities in the bundling. So the scheme is that we have a joint procurement procedure and different contracts that have their own living after the awarding phase. This is from administrative point of view, let me say. And then during the operational phase of the contract, we have the ESCO implementing the works and delivering the maintenance service to the municipality along quite a long time. And then we have the phase in which the ESCO is asked to pay to transfer money to the lead partner of the bundling, a certain amount of money that is defined in the contract to select an external auditor to check for the performance of the guaranteed savings, and on this basis the fees are paid. So it is important that there's no direct flow of money between the ESCO and the external auditor. So it is again crucial the role of the coordinator of the bundling itself. This is a list of investment that has been implemented in the last, let's say, 5 years, 4 or 5 years. And as you can see, we had also some failures in our history. This is because it happened when we tried to squeeze or to reduce the amount of investment that you want to bundle. To create a bundling of more than 2 million euro, which is maybe the minimum that the market is able to. That's what we understood to reply to with the bids. It's quite tricky, and the transaction costs are quite high. So we tried to reduce the amount of investment in order to keep the bundling and create the bundling in a more easy way, but this was not really successful. So at the end, we understood that we had to go for larger investment, and this was successful again, I have to say. Let's give an eye to the overall results of 2 main projects that I can present. So the number of buildings and the municipalities involved is quite large, and we delivered to them a technical assistance service as the one that Prodesa project shown. So it was energy audit, and then we were able to define the baselines in terms of energy and financial conditions, and to launch, as I said, joint procurement. What is important is that with the PDA project that we managed 2020 together, we succeeded in having a quite good leverage factor. So for each euro we received for the European Commission, we generated more than 25 euro of investment, which is, I think, the highlight of it. And then in the stepping project, which is funded by Interreg Med program, we delivered some guidelines and simulation financial tools that are available online and can be used for other project experience and so on. So let me just present you one of the examples in the table that I shown you before. This is the first tender that it was awarded. It is the renovation of 18 public buildings with an energy performance contract of a duration of 13 years. And the first years is dedicated to the construction phase, and 12 years for the maintenance of the municipalities. Of the buildings, 5 municipalities were involved in this tender, with a guaranteed saving of 61% according to the baseline year, and an overall investment of 2.5 million euro plus VAT. And the target of the guaranteed saving is very challenging, and but now we have some years back when we can check if this was obtained. And this is a picture of a site visit we organized with the other stakeholders across Europe. And what we can see here in the table is that in the first years, so during the construction works, the ESCO was able to achieve something like 20–30% of energy savings, And then from the first year of the operational phase two, so when the works were over, the achievement was pretty much in line with the guaranteed savings. In some cases, over we had some overperformance or a bit less, but overall the situation is very aligned to what they guaranteed. And the difference, of course, is because in the first year they generated the savings mainly with the better management than in the past. And then this is the effect of the combination of the better management and the investment themselves. So this is quite promising. Also for the second year, the numbers are aligned and certified with a contract. Okay, I think this is it. My last slide is just to present some ongoing initiatives. We still have other projects running and dealing with the same approach. One is still on public buildings, and it is the continuation, let me say, of stepping. We are supposed to go on because it was quite successful, and the InterregMed program asked us to go on a little bit further, and so we involved the bank foundation, very important for our region, with the aim to introduce them to the concept of APC and create conditions for sustainability of the projects in the future. I mean, not from financial point of view, but for the technical assistance service that can be provided to municipalities. So we are trying to internalize this at regional level. And then we are running a new project on residential building, which is quite another challenge for us. And the approach is a bit different, but the aim is still to speed up the renovation works of the buildings. And thanks for this is a H2020 project, and it's always a very nice and challenging moment for us to start new projects. So thanks for the invitation again, and for the time that you assigned to me. Thanks a lot.
Πραγματικά ήταν πολύ σημαντική παρουσία.
Very important presentation. Thank you from Piemonte. We've seen the different projects, and you've seen in the tab that we implement many different programs. It's very important to leverage resources of the European Union and work with infrastructure for energy and other projects, which should take place in our regions and in our municipalities. So big thanks for your presence here today and for the delivery of your project. Thank you so much for doing so from your beautiful area, Piemonte, which is really beautiful, and congrats, thank you. So let us skip Italy and let us go a bit more to the north. Let us go to Basel, Switzerland. There we shall see, or we can already see, says the moderator, we shall talk to the expert of finance sustainable energy projects, Basel, Switzerland, Mrs. Livia Mitke Morais. Am I right with the pronunciation? Mrs. Mitke. Mrs. Mitke is a special engineer in the sector of the environment and energy with international experience in terms of counseling, sustainability and financing. The Agency for Sustainable Energy in Basel, where she works now, is a non-profit organization collaborating with the UN, dealing with business models and innovative mechanisms of financing, something we are in need, especially today, in the fields of sustainable energy and the methods to resolve environmental problems caused by climate change. She is going to present us the following subjects. She's going to elaborate on that besides, but I imagine with what we read as an introduction, many significant things will be heard by you, judging from your experience from the beautiful Basel, Switzerland. You have the floor, madam, for 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much also for the organizers for inviting us to present a little bit of our project, the Energy Savings Insurance Project. I'll share my screen. Yeah, that should be it. Share. I hope you can all see here my presentation. Yeah, so a little bit about BASE. I think it was already in the introduction. We are a Swiss not-for-profit specialized partner of the UN environment and developing innovative financing strategies and market-based solutions for increasing investment in energy efficiency and solutions to tackle climate change. So we work a lot with international development banks and agencies. And here's just a little overview of the ESI model that we have developed in partnership with the Inter-American Development Bank in Latin America. So it's operational in Mexico and in Colombia, and further expanded to other countries in Latin America. And here in Europe, we got the fundings from the European Commission's Horizon 2020 program to implement the model in Italy, Portugal, and Spain. The model has been awarded as one of the most innovative tools to drive investment in energy efficiency by the International Climate Lab of Climate Solutions, Financial Solutions. Yeah. So why is a model such an ESI, the Energy Savings Insurance model, needed? So if we would look just at the numbers of an energy efficiency investment, there will be no doubt that it is an investment worth doing. Besides the additional benefits of higher productivity and competitiveness of organizations and the environmental impact. But still, the investment in energy efficiency, they faced barriers because many times of their higher upfront cost, the lack of trust among the actors, providers, and the clients and the financial institutions, because it's such a new thing to be financing, and competitive investment opportunities. So because it's not the core service or the core activity of an organization, it happens in the private sector, but also in the public sector, like a school is there to provide teaching to children or to all the people there. So operating an air conditioning system or a pump is not part of their core business. So that's why sometimes energy efficiency is overlooked and not taken as an investment priority. So the objective of our ESI Europe project is to, as I mentioned, implement the model, develop each of the elements and implement it in Italy, Portugal, and Spain. So it's a project that started in 2018. And our aim is to mobilize private investment, especially by small and medium-sized enterprises, to energy efficiency, and also to develop long-lasting tools and replicate it in other European countries, including Greece and other countries, as we'll be doing. So the energy savings insurance model, so the ESI model, we created this brand, Go Safe, to bring it to the market. So the objective of the brand is to create trust in energy savings, so to mobilize the investment and to make investment in energy efficiency reliable and for making it happen. So we received the funding from the European Commission to implement it. And the broader project is ESI Europe, and then what is communicated to the actors in the countries is Go Safe with ESI. So Go Safe with ESI is this combination of financial and non-financial instruments to create trust. So it starts with the standardized contract that is between the client and the technology provider. And in this contract, the provider guarantees the savings. As we were hearing from the presentation before mine, the savings are still like this future things, or the They think that will come in the future and repay the investment, and usually the clients are very unsure that this will happen. So we include this clause in the contract that the savings are guaranteed. And to cover this guarantee by the provider, we have the energy savings insurance, which is an insurance provided by a third party and covers the guarantee that the provider gives to the final client. And to resolve the technical risk perception of the energy efficiency, we also involved a third-party technical validation entity that is there not only to ensure that the future savings are achievable, but also is there in case there are future disputes where the savings are achieved or not, is the guarantee, the insurance covered, applicable or not. And the fourth main element is the green financing. So the companies investing in energy efficiency projects using the model, they can also access green financing from commercial banks or channeled through development banks. We heard earlier today many of the instruments that are being developed under the Green Deal as well to make this energy transition possible. So GoSafe, a project with GoSafe with ESI would also be able to access this type of special finance. So how does it work? As I explained quickly before, so the client and the provider, they will come into an agreement on the energy efficiency project. They will use the standardized contract. And for the contract activation, there will be this ex ante evaluation by the technical validation entity to approve the project. And the insurance company will then cover the savings that were guaranteed. So with this, the contract is activated and the project can be implemented. After the implementation is also validated by the technical validation entity. And this also starts the coverage of the insurance. So throughout the operational phase, the client operates the equipment. The provider also gives the preventive maintenance that also ensures that the project is running smoothly and at its best efficiency. And after usually 1 year, the savings are measured. And so the provider generates this monitoring report. And for the first year, there is also a validation of this savings, and savings achieved. Everything goes perfectly. Savings not achieved, the provider is the first to respond to the guarantee that is in the contract. And if they cannot respond, the insurance can be triggered, so the client has the benefit of the guaranteed savings throughout the project. And the cycle of monitoring and eventual insurance cover goes on for up to 5 years, and that makes the investment also in a bit longer term more reliable. So there is this insurance from the future. For implementing such a project, we start by looking into the potential of the market in the country that we are implementing. So to identify who are the sectors with highest potential, and we also identify the technologies with the highest potential for energy efficiency, and also then to develop the remaining tools, like the validation process is based on the technology. So for this, we have identified in the market assessment and also identifying the validation entity that will play this important role in the project. And here again, as I have already explained, the validation entity appears in several stages, also to bring this trust and this confidence on the future energy savings. The contract is a simple to understand contract. So the idea is really to keep it simple and understandable by all of the parties. and a clear agreement on what is being guaranteed and the roles that the other organizations play within the model. So the validation entity and the insurance company is also clearly stated in the contract, even though they are not signatory of the contract. The energy savings insurance. So this type of insurance is a surety bond. So it has as a main characteristic that is the insurance taker is the technology provider and the beneficiary is the final client. So the insurance cover to the final client based on this agreement, this contract agreement between provider and clients. So it's equivalent to a bank guarantee. This type of instrument is very common in the public sector, indeed, when the providers they have to make guarantees. Sometimes they have to even have bank guarantees for the projects that they are proposing to implement, and this has the disadvantage that the money gets then blocked in a bank account, or there's excuse me, this challenge. And with this financial instrument of the surety bond, this is not the case. The money doesn't get blocked into a bank account. So this is an advantage also for the technology provider. The financing structure of an ESI, of the ESI model or project using Go Safe with ESI. The client is the credit taker and the investor in the project. So in different than the ESCO model and the EPC contract presented just before, where there is the investment done by the provider or by an external party through the provider. Here, the credit taker is the client. And the insurance is the financial instrument that guarantees to the client. And here we can combine credit guarantees for SMEs or for energy efficiency projects or other types of incentives. We can all adapt into this financing structure of projects using Go Safe with ESI. So some other features of our ESI Europe project. So we have developed this brand that I'm presenting to you, the Go Safe with ESI. This is really to communicate inside the country. So we have social media channels, and we are also organizing capacity building events and all of that to communicate the importance of energy efficiency for the small and medium-sized enterprises, and also making this alternative form of selling energy efficiency available for technology providers. The energy efficiency, the Go Safe with ESI process goes also under an online platform, which we are developing in blockchain. So all this exchange of information and documents is also done in a safe way, and in this platform that we have. And last but not least, we are also we have our Go Safe with ESI toolkit, which is a general explanation on how to implement the ESI model within a new market, and includes also like a standardized contract that is in English that then has to be translated and adapted to the local country and conditions. And with the whole validation procedures already developed for the ESI project in the 3 countries, and many more tips and implementation aspects. And we will be happy to be using all this information to bring the ESI Europe also to Greece. So after summer, we will be starting our ESI 2.0 project. And I look forward to eventually going in person to Greece. Yeah, that's from my side. Thank you very much.
It will be a great joy to have you with us after the summer. Because indeed, I know there will be so many restrictions to the end of the summer. So gradually will come closer, because in-person connectivity is very important, not just an online connection. Thank you for your presence besides today in this conference, being with us. So from the very beautiful Basel of Switzerland, let us go directly again back to Greece. We shall hear from a CRES executive, Mr. Minas Iatridis, who is the head of the analysis department, renewable energy sources and savings. Mr. Iatridis is an energy engineer working in the CRES since 1990. Big experience he has, and today he's the head of the energy policy analysis department. He is responsible of the administrator for energy efficiency, and he's going to talk to us about the following: energy efficiency obligation scheme in Greece. Please be brief, because we are run out of time. You understand what I mean, because you are too experienced. So he's going to tell us, I repeat, about energy efficiency obligation scheme in Greece. So my dear Mr. Iatridis, you have the floor, and let us respect the timeline. Thank you so much. You have the floor. Thank you for being here. Thank you indeed.
Thank you indeed, Chair. I would like to thank the Central Union of Municipalities of Greece for this conference. I would like to congratulate the organizing committee for having selected distinguished guests and speakers. I will try to be as concise as possible. Allow me just to say that my presentation today will present a parallel action that the CRES is a lead partner, and this has to do with the energy efficiency obligation scheme in Greece, EOS in Greece, which has been the case in Greece for the past 4 years. And then I would like to present this tool as a useful alternative, financing alternative that not only helps saving, but can also contribute to project implementation in the case of municipalities. Now, the implementation of this pattern, this scheme, comes from the requirement of Directive 27, and especially Article 4 of these two Article 7, of the two directives, Directive 27 of 2022 and 2018, and this has to do with the energy efficiency obligation scheme that has comes. The Article 7 of EED envisages alternative measures as well as the obligation scheme that may be taken by a state, and these alternative measures, maybe taxes or tax measures, standards, etc. Now, today the energy efficiency obligation scheme is implemented, is instituted in the countries, the member states that you may see here on the map. There were certain member states which had implemented this scheme even before the directive, as for example Denmark, UK, France and Italy. Those countries had adopted this scheme even before the European directives were adopted. Now, this mechanism aspires to activate the suppliers and operators, because in the previous period, before 2017, I mean the period prior of the imposition of this scheme, this system, operators did not play such an important role, but since then this has changed. And they, of course, the objectives of this scheme is to guarantee that energy operators and energy retailers will succeed in a cumulative energy-saving measure. The energy credits are the results when the objectives are met. The implementation of this scheme entails a series of additional benefits for the final consumers, as for example the reduction of energy tariffs, the promotion of quality energy services, the support of low-income households, and at the same time also the safeguards of the environment by reducing the energy consumed. The EOS was implemented in our country in the period 2017-2020 with a view to achieving an energy saving of 333 KTOE, and its the contribution and it's so 1/10 of the total 3,333 KTOE regarded Greece. In the new period, the same scheme will also be implemented, but here we can see an increase to 20%. So in the new programming period, 2021-2030, we can see an increase of 20%, and the difference will be covered by energy operators. Up to 7,299 KTOE will be met by alternative measures. Greece has committed through the National Energy and Climate Plan to meet this objective. Now, how is EEOS working today? Now, first of all, the contracting authority is the competent ministry, the Ministry of the Environment and Energy that is, and as a contracting authority, especially we have the Directorate for Energy. Operator of the system is CRES, that is the Center for RES. In January each and every year, the subjects to meet the obligation are defined, and on the basis of the statistical data of energy sale, the various values are defined through a ministerial decree. The energy products distributed are the following 6: electrical power, natural gas, oil, liquefied natural gas. Then the objectives can also be taken over according to the logic that the stakeholders may pay to the Green Fund for alternative measures by the state, or a combination of all that. Participants by the end of January of next year their report. There will shortly be also the electronic platform which will allow the participants to submit their input. Third parties may also participate, and not the obligated parties, but other parties that may validate the energy saving measures which have been successful with a view to transferring them later to the obligated parties. In 2020, the scheme saw 35 obligated parties, out of whom 55% were the oil product companies, 35% was represented by electric power companies, and then natural gas, liquefied natural gas. And other fuel oil companies, etc.
Στο σύνολο των μέτρων που εφαρμόστηκαν το έτος 19,
when it comes to 2019, 62% of the alternative measures were technical measures and some other behavioral ones. When we say technical measures, we mean measures that especially have to do with the implementation of systems, application of systems. In the case of oil products, we have as technical measures are the measures that have to do with the improvement of fuels, additives to fuels that is, and the improvement of fuels that bring about energy saving. Behavioral measures are those which raise awareness of consumers. And so 62% were technical measures, 38% account for behavioral measures for 2019. Now, this is the framework in which today the energy efficiency obligation scheme works in Greece. This was just an overview, of course, but I would like now to elaborate on the main question, that is, how this tool may act as an energy saving tool and at the same time a financing mechanism for municipalities. Now, in the first period, 2017-2020, several municipalities applied targeted behavioral measures, especially measures implemented at schools in order to raise awareness through printed material or through electronic material. So the children at schools became more aware by seeing how energy saving works and how it can contribute to reducing the use of conventional fuels, and seeing also the environmental footprint when it comes to CO2 emissions. Now, what is at stake now in view of the second period is to implement technical measures, as it were. And so the scheme needs to be viewed as a mechanism to improve energy efficiency. The obligated parties may take technical measures for all the building stock, the public or municipal building stocks, libraries, schools, hospitals, or sports centers, swimming pools, street lighting, of course, and last but not least, the municipal vehicles fleet. At the same time, the scheme could be combined with other subsidized programs. For example, as soon as the Electra project is launched, in my view, the obligated parties could contribute through their participation. For the measures that the municipalities would like to put in place. So here the scheme, again the obligation scheme, would be practically very useful. And of course the scheme could also contribute to helping the vulnerable households, because the obligation parties may claim increased energy credits by 40%. If, for example, for the period reference period, a savings of 5 kTOE needs to achieve this, would be increased. So, in terms of as a bonus for the obligated parties and vulnerable households in the case of municipalities. Finally,
θα μπορούσε να υπάρχει υποστήριξη
there could be some support of the obligated parties, and this support needs to show that it helps achieving quickly these measures. In no other case, indeed, the municipalities would take such a decision to act alone. In this case, they may enjoy some financial support through low interest rate loans or discounts in materials, bulbs, motors, pumps, etc., and of course reduced energy tariffs. On the other hand, we also can have access to a major technical support, technical assistance, energy audit by certified energy auditors, the definition of energy efficiency, interventions, advice about the design, acquisition and installation of the necessary equipment, cogeneration, environmental management of buildings, heat recovery systems, and so on and so forth. It would be wishful to see the obligated parties and the municipalities contact one the other in order to launch synergies and cooperation in the framework of the obligation scheme. For further information on the obligation scheme, you may you may visit the webpage of CRES. There you may find who the obligated parties are in the current period, and the municipalities could contact themselves the obligated parties in order to create the ties which will be beneficial to both. Thank you very much for listening, and I would be delighted to answer to any questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Iatridis. Thank you very much, Rep of CRES. Your contribution is very important, and thank you so much. Thank you for your kind words. Let us discuss, because we can have some new things and we become wiser. Because let me tell you that we have more than 150 people viewing this conference. This conference is quite rich with guests from abroad, critical questions, both for financing tools and the institutional framework of our country and in Greece. We're speaking about sustainable solutions in regional authorities. My dear Mr. Iatridis, thank you so much for your contribution. I believe that we will leave a positive footprint from this event. Thank you so much. Thank you. I agree. Thank you. Thank you so much. Let us continue. Let us continue with the afternoon session, which is a round table, in essence, of course, an online round table. You understand that problems faced due to the pandemic do not allow us to have the well-known roundtable, that is the panels that we had in times. This roundtable was about implementing innovative financing mechanisms for energy efficiency municipal infrastructure. We have the joy to have with us as a first speaker Mr. Somas Stelios, who is a consultant in terms of energy and environment from Infinity Company. Is this correct? I imagine this is correct. As written down here, Mr. Somas is specialist in green energy and sustainable investment. He has an experience from over 30 years in opening new green markets, promoting and financing environmental friendly investments, energy-saving projects and areas, and he is a consultant of the PV Company Association. In Prodesa, he represents Infinity Company. He's going to present to us briefly, which is important, my dear Mr. Somas, It is important because we are running out of time. Innovative financing mechanisms in this program. Thank you so much for being with us. Thank you so much. I will be very, very brief because it's more important to listen to the technical services and the staff of the municipalities. Yes, thank you so much. So, at the beginning of the program, we tried to collect all possible financing sources for a municipality, from the obvious ones to the less obvious ones. And of course, these resources could be separated in 4 main chapters: own resources, loaning, subsidies, and private financing, that is leverage of private funds. Obviously, each one of these sources have some pros and cons. When it comes to own resources, it seems an easy solution, but judging from the financial status of the municipality during the last 10 years, we understand that it's very tough for a municipality to talk about own resources. When it comes to loans, I will not say further things because we had a whole unit about how the municipality could get a loan either from the consignment deposits and loans fund or from the special programs coming from the infrastructure fund and the EU. Now, subsidies. I believe that this is an issue known pretty well by the municipalities and mentioned rightly by Ms. Athanassakou. Unfortunately, the problem with subsidies is that on the one hand, the time frame does not coincide with the time frame of the municipalities, but yet even the package of interventions does not always coincide with the subsidized interventions by a program. Let me skip that because the previous speakers, for instance, Mr. Varelis, mentioned that extensively. Let me highlight the part of private financing because this is the bet for Prodesa. It is clear that no matter how much money will be given by resources, the need for energy efficiency and energy saving are too big that there will always be a gap that should be covered by the private sector. So private financing can be done through different ways. One way is, which is the heart of the Prodesa program, when talking about the energy efficiency contract, that is the coverage of a part or of the whole of the cost or the intervention from private funds, from the contractor that will undertake the execution, the maintenance and the operation of the project. Another mechanism which is quite similar to that is the financing of a supplier, that is vendor financing, and this can be seen in the following way. We have talked to many suppliers, mainly when it comes to street lighting. For the latter, we can see that private companies will be willing to cover the cost and, of course, with an increased charge for a short time period. This is the difference of the two schemes. It is vendor financing is in the short run, contrary to the energy efficiency contract, which is in the long run. In the framework of Prodesa, we tried another pilot scheme that is crowdfunding. Given that there has been no experience, at least at the level of regional authorities, for this tool, besides one of the participants in the Prodesa project was the European body to promote crowdfunding. In spite of the fact that amounts of money were quite low, I believe that nevertheless an experience was gotten about how one could establish such programs at the level of municipalities. I will skip the Electra program or the other programs, since mentioned before. I insist though that when we are talking about financing, we are talking about the energy efficiency contract, and we are talking about the vendor financing. Here we have some safety valves about the municipality. For instance, when one takes a loan from an individual, the law talks about a high interest rate in order to avoid strange circumstances in order for a decision to pass from the municipal council. Let me skip that to respect my timeline, says the speaker. In this table, I think that this presentation will be available after the end of the conference. We tried to collect all the benefits and the pros and the cons of each scheme, looking into some pillars, that is simplicity, preparation time, preparation cost, financing cost, and a comment at the final column. We ended up to the one that would be the big bet of Prodesa. That is, at the end of the day, there is no financing tool that is on its own ideal for all cases. There is no panacea, that is. Per municipality, per case, or per intervention, one should choose the proper financing package that might possibly be two different financing schemes or even more. And for sure, to get to this decision, one should be very well prepared, especially in Prodesa. It's not a coincidence that we dedicated much time, at least the first year, was dedicated to establishing the foundation that could help, on the one hand, the technical services of the municipalities and the contractors at the level of studies, so that we could have a common pace, have a common language to communicate, thus have some comparable results in different interventions that would come from Prodesa. We can say more things during the round table, because I repeat, what is most important is to listen to the municipalities themselves. Listen to specific interventions to Prodesa. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you indeed for that, Stelios. This was a symbolic intervention, and of course, now we shall listen to the municipalities, the different experiences that will be submitted. As you rightly put it, they are the ones that will present what they've done. So I will invite my colleagues to be quite concise and brief, just in 5 minutes, because indeed we must give some time to our viewers, who are more than 150 municipalities want to intervene, so we must have some time for questions at the end. Let me start with the municipality of Alimos, as we did at the beginning, with the consultant, Mr. Konstas Christos. Am I right? Your microphone, please. Unmute yourself. Yeah, right. You have the floor, and I'm pretty happy to have you today. Thank you so much for having me. Let us show to you the results. The results of Prodesa in the municipality of Alimos. How did we implement this program? Initially, our municipality defined the buildings and the infrastructure to participate in the program. We collected and processed the real energy consumptions of buildings. Then we had some energy inspections in the buildings. Based on the results of these inspections, we drafted a catalog with prioritized interventions to save energy in each building, and out of those we chose the best ones based on the building, the efficiency, and the possibility for them to be implemented. We were interested in them being sustainable. We estimated the cost, the energy saving, and at the end we moved on with the financial evaluation, and we ended up with the performance indicators. Here you can see in a table the buildings that our municipality included in Prodesa. You can see here some kindergartens, some junior high schools, and a few other public spaces like the town hall, the library, and the municipal pool. We can observe that the majority of them have been built in the 90s or the 80s. Their energy class was quite low, and we estimated that the energy consumption was about 6.5 million kilowatt hours per year. Now we're talking about the real energy consumption, the one paid by the municipality. In this energy consumption, we have more than 1.6 thousand tons of CO2. These are the emissions that are detrimental to the environment. In the majority of our interventions, we included thermal insulation of the building shield. We replaced fittings with new certified fittings of high energy yield. We also we have proposed to implement
ventilation
systems with a heat recovery percentage. We replaced the heating systems that in the majority were old oil boilers with new inverter technology. We intervened in the lighting of the buildings, both with new LED lamps and through automated procedure. For the very few buildings that had a new natural gas boiler, what we proposed were some automations that would help to better control the heating system, like inverter technology and thermostatic heads, and at the end, the remaining part of energy that should be consumed by the buildings, we imagine that we could install for the remaining part of PVs. What were the results of our studies? We saved primary energy, which went up to 1.5 million kilowatt hours. This is the energy that will be saved with the implementation of suggested interventions based on the real consumptions of energy. I want to highlight that because there is a theoretical saving of primary energy, which is 4 million kilowatt hours. You might tell me, why is this figure so high? Because we're not always sure that a public building abides by all rules. We all know the problems faced by municipalities. Money is few, obligations are too many. So many times we don't pay that much of attention in our convenience conditions. So this is why we have two figures. So theoretical energy saving proves that not only may we achieve with the implementation of these suggested interventions a true energy saving, but we can improve the circumstances through which these buildings work. I believe that this is something that all municipalities want. At the same time, since, as already said, we had proposed the installation of photovoltaic systems, there will be 600,000 kilowatt hours of energy that will be produced by photovoltaic systems. Broadly speaking, in a nutshell, the results of energy saving are, when it comes to electricity, 277,000 kilowatt hours of energy. For natural gas, something less, it is 155,000 kilowatt hours. We managed not to consume oil at all. We have a saving of 418,000 kilowatt hours in terms of energy. Respectively, give me a moment please, says the speaker. In terms of primary energy, we have a saving of 3,198,200 megawatt hours, and the emissions of pollutants in TNCOT is 1,023. That is 1,023 tons of CO2 emissions will be saved by the municipality of Alimos when implementing these suggested interventions. And obviously, as we said before, there has been an evaluation of the financial sustainability. We used all tools, mentioned before, tools developed in the framework of Prodesa project. In a nutshell, we can see what are the parameters that we took into account to reach that result, and we did so in two different parts. First is energy saving about buildings, whatever is related to the interventions in the building, and second, what could we win through the self-production and what could we use through the installation of PVs to reach the final evaluation phase. A budget, a tendered budget that is 2 million euros. We have gotten a subsidy of 880,000 euros. The repayment time amounts to 10 years. The profitability indicator is 0.44, and the net actual value is 1,073,000 euros, more or less. Right now, we are investigating of a form of co-financing for a energy contract, something that is not clear yet, but I believe that through the study made and through the subsidy that has been already given, it's a matter of time, some moment, to be able to sign such a contract. I would like to thank you for your attention. I hope that it was clear and concise, and I will be available for any question. Christos, yes, very important your experience in this field for the last many years, and your presentation as well, the data that you presented. We shall continue with the other municipality, the municipality of Agios Dimitrios. Let me welcome the Vice Mayor, Mr. Kutsovasilis Vasilis, who will respect his timeline. Vasilis, 5 minutes, please, if you may, to give the chance to our viewers to raise questions and have a dialogue. Vasilis, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I will try to be very brief. Let me thank you for having me. Today we got significant information, not just for Prodesa, but also for new financing tools which are important for the municipalities and local authorities. Since I have no technical knowledge, I will talk about the problems in an empirical way, what we faced up to now. Let me tell you that we are talking about the installation of PVs in 35 buildings. The overall, we're talking about 3,000 kilowatt peaks, and the cost to implement that is 2,400,000 euros. We have faced different scenarios to finance the project, which are the following right now. First, take a loan from the consignment fund. Second scenario, finance the project by the contractor with a 10-year plan, 100%. Co-financing of the municipality with ESCO with a 10-year contract, that is 22/78 ratio, and then financing by the contractor with a 7-year contract. We shall opt the last scenario because there will be a speedy payoff and more results, or possibly better leverage, and how should I put it? It will be more attractive to invest. Let me tell you now the following. We face the following problem, which were solved one or another. First of all, we should have launched a call, that is, this should be approved by our council, our scientific committee, and then this could be launched. We faced a series of problems. How could we save as much energy as we could? How could we include, how could we implement and use newer technology? Works to be done on the roofs of buildings to install the PVs. If we must intervene, if they can handle all PVs. There were some gaps seen in the technical studies when it comes to the electricity panel in the building. Possible licensing problems. We should guarantee the full energy saving, even if a connection fails for one reason or another. Every meter should match the other meter in order not to lose anything, and what is most important, use the buildings that consume more energy, and this energy saved should be used by the building itself. There should be a possibility to link that with the building, that is, excessive energy should be consumed by the same building itself. For instance, a place which is not used during the summertime, then these could produce energy for the building out of the PVs, stock energy, and this energy could be consumed at another time for the same building. At the same time, there is the possibility, since we have lots of energy, to consume it, that is for the infrastructure to go to lighting. We even imagine the scenario, how should I put it, to have an energy community. There is this scenario in our minds, who will guarantee the kilowatt hours produced and fully used. The municipality or the contractor of course. There must be a clause in the contract that they will guarantee the proper performance of the photovoltaic. Now, who will monitor the project so that we can see when we have excess energy being formed, and using a system we can use it in order to channel it where appropriate. Income produced by energy should cover the expenses for the contractor. We must monitor this offset of energy to highlight the activities of the municipality. The contractor should be responsible for the connection, and if something is not linked due to different issues, there should be a care and a proper mechanism to change building. These are the problems faced. I told you some financial scenarios. Now we are in the procedure of funding the committee, then the municipal council, and there will be the launch of the call. This is the framework up to now. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you for your attention.
Ωραία. Βασίλη μου...
Vasilis, thank you so much for that.
Τον χρόνο. Πάρα πολύ σημαντικό.
Thank you so much. Vasilis, thank you. There was a big effort with Maria Androutsou in Agios Dimitrios. We would like to thank her as well for her presence and her effort. Thank you so much. Thank you for your overall presence and the regional authorities. And let us continue with the Vari Voulia Vouliagmeni municipality. Mr. Apostolopoulos Dimitris. Sorry, President, sorry. We have a partnership with them because we turn from theory to practice. We have a top-notch partnership. Thank you. Yeah, I know that. We have a very close relationship and we love you. Partnership is taken for granted. We should do so because we have to be the pioneers. Partnership among municipalities is very important. Right? Now, Dimitris Apostolopoulos now is the responsible of the scheduling office and organization of the municipality. Am I right? A young person, quite dynamic, along with my friend Grigoris. You are a team, you are the team. You have the floor for 5 minutes, please. Quite briefly, let us see your work. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much for having us. I would like to congratulate you on the excellent organization of your conference, and I would like to share with you with the presentation we have prepared. Give me some time to share my screen. I'm not sure whether you can see my screen. No, not yet. No, here you are. Yes, we can see your presentation now. Okay, great. I would like to say that a programming contract was entered into by our municipality with a special account of research of the National Technical University of Greece in 2018. On the basis of which a study was carried out in order to come up with the best possible mixture of energy interventions to meet the objectives of the project, in order to increase sustainability. The result of the project was that we have decided to implement interventions in 14 buildings, taking into account the improvement of roof thermal insulation, replacement of bulbs with new LED bulbs, replacement of air conditions, replacement of boiler with a heat pump, and installation of PV systems with a virtual net metering, and at the same time the installation of photovoltaic panels on 21 school buildings with a virtual net metering system. So these are 35 buildings, and the interventions are expected to bring about 715 megawatt hours per year as a primary energy saving, with a energy generation from RES approximately of 1,231 megawatt hours per year and 1,380 tons per year CO2 emission reduction. So taking into account those interventions, our municipality, together with the other partner municipalities, has tried to identify the necessary sources of financing for, of course, such an investment requires subsidies, and we have considered NSRF, European programs, national programs, the Consignment and Deposit Fund, the region of Attica, ESCOs, and an innovative financing mechanism, that is crowdfunding. And together with the municipality Agia Nargiri Kamatero, we launched in December 2019 a crowdfunding campaign. Our municipality submitted a project proposal to the EEA financing mechanism 2014-2020 for an amount of 1.3 million euro. That was approved. So thanks to the financing mixture we have decided to activate in this investment is a 50-50 participation, so a 50% participation of the contracting ESCO with 1.2 million euro, and of course the subsidy that will come from the financial mechanism of the EEA. Now, when it comes to the tendering documents, these, of course, are based on the law for public procurement. There will be an open tendering procedure with an electronic open tender, and the contract will be awarded on the basis of the best possible relation between quality and price. The contract will be mixed, that is project, procurement and service, and of course all that will be based on a energy performance contract of a multi-year duration. The contractor will be responsible for the implementation of the energy interventions, maintenance, and guaranteed performance. We are confident that the tender will go public in June 2021. And when it comes to the benefit for the municipality, so the benefits out of our participation in this innovative project, these are the following. The municipality, thanks to its participation to this project, manages a long-term economic, energy, social and environmental benefit by upgrading the building stock, reducing the energy footprint and CO2 emissions, while at the same time the municipality accumulates know-how in implementing innovative financing mechanisms and energy performance contract. Hopefully I have not tired you. Thank you very much for listening. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much for having been concise. And now allow me to give the floor to the municipality Agia Nargiri Kamatero, and in particular Mrs. Manzavinatu Ioanna, the director of the technical department of the municipality. So the very heart of the municipality. We all know that technical departments of municipalities are understaffed. I would like to pay tribute to your work. Thank you for that. You have 5 minutes to share with us your experience from Prodesa. Good afternoon to all. Thank you to all. Thank you very much. We would like to congratulate the organizing committee of this conference. I have shared my screen. I'm not sure whether you can see my screen actually. Not yet? Yes, here it is. We can see it. Thank you. Now, our municipality is one of the 5 principal Prodesa participating municipalities that the project development for South Attica, although it does not belong to the southern part of Attica. Now, the Prodesa project envisages the energy retrofitting of 26 buildings, while at the same time it has also studied the improvement of energy efficiency of street lighting. The interventions we have studied in the buildings is the roof thermal insulations, in some cases also the installation of air conditions, the adoption of heat pumps, installation of PV systems, and installation of a new heating system with heat pumps, as well as the replacement of bulbs. When it comes to street lighting, we had, as you may see, the replacement of many bulbs in LED bulbs. Now, what are the expected benefits? In most budgets, we have a reduction of expenditure thanks to the energy saving achieved. And we also have a modernization of the heating system and a reduction of CO2 emissions. Now, when it comes to the energy upgrade of 26 buildings here, we have a primary energy saving that amounts to 1,300 megawatt-hour per year, and generation of electric power from RES, which amounts to 699 megawatt-hours per year, while the CO2 emission decrease will amount to 1.7 MT per year. Street lighting will bring about a saving of 4,900 megawatt-hours per year and 4.8 MT per year reduction of CO2 emissions. The cost of investment and the financial plan. Now, this, of course, uses the tool that Prodesa has developed in mixing public subsidy and private investment. The municipality has submitted its application to ROP Attica and to the NSRF and the Green Fund. Finally, we have decided to opt for the ROP. The municipality will approved actions will be paid by the own resources of the municipality, and the remaining cost of the project will be secured by the contractor through a CPE of 10 years. Now, you may see here also the costs of interventions. More than 4 million euro is the tender budget, and the cost of interventions here. When it comes to the street lighting, thanks to a loan of the consignment and deposit fund, an award was executed, a contract was executed for the amount of approximately 4 million euro plus VAT for the acquisition and installation of 7,000 bulbs with a good performance guarantee for 10 years. Now, the main element of the tender, the invitation to tender, this is a project under the threshold of law 4412 of 2016, and the services provided include the installation and operation of a system of control and management of energy, BEMS, and a program of measurement and monitoring of the guaranteed performance, as well as the operation and maintenance of the systems for the duration of the contract. When it comes to us, the employees of the municipality, we have seen that the difficulties and requirements of this undertaking were fully understood when the invitation to tender was prepared. The second difficulty was that during the award of the contract, the requirements for deliverables should have been more complete, and the duration should be that of the project up to its expiration. And of course, another difficulty lies with the amortization period. For all the municipalities, there are specific problems, of course, as the shortage of own resources, and this was a difficulty we had to overcome. However, the benefits for the municipality are far from negligible. As the General Secretary has said this morning, the deliverables of the project aspire to mitigating climate change and is part of the general planning of the operational program of the municipality. Thanks to the drastic reduction of energy consumption, we will be able certainly to reduce expenditure and to save some money. And through the various actions and interventions of this project, we will manage to raise awareness of all the municipality and, of course, to increase the awareness of citizens and children with climate, with environment safeguarding practices. All this is an additional value, show an additional value for all the services of the municipality. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you very much, Mrs. Manzavinatou. Thank you for having been so concise about the steps taken by the municipality. And now we will move to Cyprus in order to give the floor to Mrs. Maria Achilleos, who is a partner of our energy office in Cyprus. Mrs. Achilleos is an architect specialized in energy and environmental planning. She is in charge of projects that have to do with energy sources in buildings, energy upgrade of existing building stock, and the use of RES in buildings. Where do you come from?
I come from Limassol, but now I'm in Nicosia. Yeah, I'm within Cyprus. From our beautiful Nicosia. So I wish you all the best. We'll be more than glad to listen to you in just 5 minutes time, unfortunately. 7 minutes rather. And please fit that to the timeline to have some Q&A sessions. Maria, you have the floor. Thank you so much. First of all, I would like to thank you deeply for this invitation. Let me congratulate you all for this wonderful webinar. I thought that I would talk to you about Prodesa project, but I believe that we have more things to learn from you. The idea of the project is linked to what you have presented up to now. Consequently, let me start my presentation. The project promoting energy efficiency is very, very important. It is a project where the coordinator is the Cyprus Energy Agency, along with the Ministry of Education, Culture and Sports, which is the owner of the school buildings. Then we have gotten financing from PDA program of Horizon 2020, and we started in September 2020, we shall end in August 2025. So you understand that we are making baby steps, so I believe that we shall have many communications with the other stakeholders for the project, because many things must be learned. When it comes to the project itself, it's the only project that has been selected for a PDA, and in essence needs to have an approach for the energy upgrade of buildings, school buildings, into zero energy consumption as defined in the current law, which is available since 2014 in Cyprus. As an added objective we have also convenience in mind, because energy efficiency is only one part when talking about schools. The thermal convenience, taking into account the conditions that we are facing in school buildings, is of paramount importance. So we shall have some pilot projects in 25 schools. We shall try the usual methods, but also we are in a phase of planning for energy upgrade plans which are not implemented in schools, like ventilation systems. Furthermore, there's another part related to the standard on the energy management, that is ISO 5001. We shall see whether this can be done centrally for all schools in Cyprus. The utmost objective of that, after 5 years, will be the long-run strategy of the Ministry of Education and Youth to upgrade the whole building stock. That is, we focus on the reproduction of results from 25 to get to 50 to get to 100 until we reach the whole building stock, and we're talking about reaching 2030. Let me tell you that Prodesa is based on another project based on which we had materialized the energy checks in Nicosia and Larnaca. We saw significant challenges and opportunities which helped us to submit a new proposal for financing based on Horizon 2020. The most important challenges were the following. As I said, the non-satisfaction of the convenience circumstances, a low energy efficiency in schools, but at the same time low operational cost compared to other buildings. We have also the need to improve the existing building stock and upgrade the role of public buildings. All these led to the submission of the proposal, which aimed at the energy upgrade of 25 schools. However, there must be 7.5 billion leveraged investment until the end of the project. Until 2025, we must see the implementation for energy upgrade projects amounting to 7.5 million euros. At the same time, this will define the long-run strategy of the ministry. As said by the previous speakers, we must also prove that we can save energy, improve energy production from RES, and of course reduce the CO2 emissions. Of course, there is a management that will be ruled through ISO 5001. There will be a pilot implementation in 5 schools that will be selected for that. The bigger difference when it comes to references to previous projects is how we opted for starting the implementation of this project. In essence, we started having selected some schools, but in the first month we decided that in order to have transparency and in order to have the necessary prerequisites to choose schools with a bigger need and at the same time with a bigger impact, we had raised a multi-criteria system. In cooperation with the ministry, there is an open call for all schools in Cyprus, more than 700 schools, submit a demand for this project to participate when it comes to energy upgrade. Out of the project that will be submitted, we will choose 50 for technical visits, out of which we shall find more pieces of information with the final aim to opt for 25 that would take place in the Prodesa project. Then there will be some energy checks based on the standards. There will be also some meetings with the focus teams, focus groups, like the central government, ESCOs, the banking institutions, the local authorities, but also the education organizations, the associations of parents and pupils. Then we shall prepare some documents based on green procurement, and all these will be finalized with the certification of 5 schools with ISO 5001. And of course, this will be a part of the strategy in the long run. Now, when it comes to submissions, the period for schools to submit started in 2020, in September 2020, and it ended in December 2020. 1 month time, we have gotten 162 demands, out of which were eligible 144 schools from all ranks and from the whole territory of Cyprus. That is, we should have had schools from all ranks, and we should have had a geographic spread that would guarantee transparency and also the drawn of conclusions at the level of the whole line, because we understand that the Cyprus scale is closer to a big municipality in Greece. With these 144 schools, we have evaluated that on the basis of the social impact that would be seen, the use of the school, that is whether it will be used during the afternoon or not, indicators change in such a case. There is a criterion like the acoustic convenience, then a criterion about RVS, whether they can get further support, the positioning of the school, if there is an added cultural value, and of course we included into that different criteria based on consultation with the ministry itself and other bodies which have a critical role to play in energy upgrade. A first assessment, because we are in the phase of choosing 50 and come to an end with the procedure. We must establish a committee. The committee should convene. There is a first assessment that the majority of schools would be the education plus the assessment will be done by us, and then the majority of buildings will be found in Nicosia due to the fact that the majority of demands came from Nicosia. Percentage-wise, the numbers were eloquent. The majority is in Nicosia and the primary schools. Many schools came from the rural areas, which are the schools that might shut down, but at the same time these are the schools that rank final, that rank last when we choose financing for energy saving. However, our target is to work with 3 calls. First of all, it will be implemented in 1 year's time with 5 schools, which will give us the opportunity to prepare the docs, draft a plan, find all necessary procedures, and then this will help to move on with the finalization of the second call and the third call with 10 schools in each tender respectively, in its call respectively. So before the end, we shall have the implementation of actions, and after the end of the project, there will be the implementation of activities in all schools. When it comes to the financing mechanism, which is the objective of this conference, it was a positive surprise. I saw that we need to work like municipalities work. That is, we shall have some focus groups, out of which we shall get all necessary info to create an innovative mechanism, financing mechanism at the level of Cyprus, of course, with an aim to evolve the financing mechanism into a sustainable business model that could be implemented in other schools, but also in other public buildings in Cyprus. In essence, this mechanism will be financed mainly by the state, which has been guaranteed because it's necessary to guarantee the sustainability of the project. So 4 million euros out of the 7.5 that should be proven as investment have been earmarked by the ministry itself. We have started financing through the structural fund, this cohesion fund. We have the state authorities that when they participate in the Covenant of Mayors, there are some extra commitments, so they could finance a part of these activities. And then, as said before, we focus on the energy services agreements and financing from financial institutions through new schemes and of course payment through savings. At this point, I believe that it would be wise as per the project to listen more from the expertise of the municipalities and what they have learned in practice. What might work, what might not work. It's very important to us to implement similar models in Cyprus and manage to implement the short-run goals of our project, but also the goals in the long run until 2030. That was all by me. So back to you, back to Greece. I believe that I respected my timeline. Yes, thank you so much for that, Maria, from historic, beautiful Cyprus and from our beautiful Nicosia. I would like to thank you for your kind words. Please do know that since this morning we have heard you many interesting things when it comes to financing, institutional framework, broadly speaking, different activities that will be developed by municipalities in this part. So let us move on with this conference because we're talking about the afternoon session. So we shall have the chance to listen to questions because there will be questions from the viewers, people who participate in the panel. We shall have an open debate, a round table, a panel with the following. There will be all on the screen. Now we have the reps of the municipalities. Alamos, Agios Dimitrios, Argyroupoli, Kamatero, Vari, Vula Municipality, Mr. Thanasakou from Viti, and Mr. Iatridis, Mr. Psomas, and Mr. Kelemenis Giannis, who comes from the attorney office, Kelemenis and Co. They are all linked with us in this very nice round table. Now let me set some questions that have already come to us. Please, my dear panelists, my dear members of this virtual table, please write down the question and you can have the floor to reply to the question. So one of them should take each question. Let me start with my first question. Please write it down. We heard that Prodesa project may offer support to the municipalities so that they can prepare and mature some projects of energy remodeling of buildings. What is that support about and how can we take advantage of that? This is one question. Let me read all the questions and then we can take them all. Second question. If a municipality wishes to skip the study part, what is the procedure to go directly to the implementation upon a contract of energy efficiency? Could they ask for a subsidy in such a case or not? Third question. Do we need some guarantees for the contractors when they contribute to the operation, to the implementation capital, and in what kind? We're talking about the contract, of course, the energy contract. Fourth question: how can we guarantee? How can we have a safety valve for the municipality when it comes to the energy saving percentages that will be delivered through the interventions, and who is the guarantor of the efficiency of each intervention? Fifth question. What about the projects, what about the interventions in public buildings? Why haven't we used the EPC up to now? A very important question that as well. Sixth question. How can we perform the measurement and monitoring of energy saving? And seventh question, last but not least, what is the maximum duration of an EPC. These are our 7 questions. I will give first the floor. And there is an intervention. I don't know whether we have him with us. Mr. Theocharis Tsenis. He wanted to intervene. Are we ready to have him in there for one question, please? Yeah. Are we live with him? Mr. Tsenis, you have the floor for 2 minutes, please.
Καλησπέρα και από μένα. Συγχαρητήρια για την διοργάνωση.
Good afternoon. Congratulations. My name is Theocharis Tsenis. I am a business liquidity consultant here in Greece, and the capitals I'm working on come from Bahrain, London, and Northern Africa. So similar resources, capitals. Can they be used for municipal interventions, and how that can be? Thank you. The moderator is off microphone, unfortunately.
Δυστυχώς δεν ακούω κάτι.
Ναι, λέω την πρώτη ερώτηση που ξεκινάμε τις απαντήσεις από το γραπτό πάνελ.
Now, whoever from our panelists may answer this question is welcome. May just take the floor. I would like to answer Mr. Kafandaris. When it comes to the support to municipalities and how can this support be offered? This was the first question. Now, the support includes technical assistance for the selection of energy upgrade projects, for example, street lighting, buildings. Following that, we may offer support when it comes to the drafting of specifications on condition that the municipalities will publish an invitation to tender to that end. We may also assist municipalities in the EPCs and in the creation, before that, in the creation of the financing funding mix. So what's the best possible mix for the specific interventions? And then we are indeed can support the municipalities in drafting the invitation to tender. Unfortunately, because there's a shortage of time, we help in developing a roadmap, an action plan for renovations with all the aforementioned steps. We have material that can be made available to municipalities so that by studying this material, they can pass to the implementation phase very quickly. The problem is that the deadline of this project is in July, so we may help, but the time may not suffice for the municipalities to have access to all the necessary support. In Prodesa, we provide 16 hours of technical assistance to municipalities, and apart from that, we also organize webinars, 2 webinars we have organized, and another 2 that will be shortly organized. These webinars may be beneficial for the municipalities to have access to information. I'm not sure whether anyone else would like to add something. Thank you very much, Mr. Athanasakou. Allow me to add that on the project website, there are the detailed studies, because certainly there's no time, enough time in a conference to say all that. So this research is published through online reports on the project's website, as well as the measuring tools we have developed that may be leveraged for the economic calculations about the benefit of the project. Thank you, Stelios. That was a critical addition. Thank you. Allow me to say that the invitations to tender prepared by the participating municipalities will shortly be also uploaded on the web page, as well as an updated version of the Excel sheets we have elaborated. And of course, at any time, other municipalities may contact us, may send us an email, and we will be happy to respond. Great, thank you very much. The second question says, if a municipality wants to bypass the stage of a study, how can a municipality have directly access to the EPC stage? Who would like to answer to this question? Who knows whether a municipality can enter into an IPC and ask funding even without a study? Do you mean... No, well, allow me to read again. Can a municipality ask for funding for subsidy even without a study? Or without the EPC? But this is the common practice. I mean, usually interventions are implemented without EPC through borrowing, own resources, or subsidies. So one can even bypass the EPC, if that was the question, and I understood well, says the speaker. But allow me to clarify this. If a municipality does not wish to follow the steps we have taken by drafting studies, for example, because of the lack of resources, then a municipality can invite to tender for ESCOs, which in turn can go to the municipality, pay a visit to the buildings at issue, and discuss with the municipality what are the preferable interventions. The municipalities, by receiving all that amount of information from the ESCOs who will respond to this first call, may draw up the final invitation to tender for the project to be implemented. This is a procedure which is shorter, more immediate, and no need of the first step. I don't know if Mr. Iadridis would like to add something. Yes, allow me to add this. As Mrs. Athanassakou has said, this is a common practice provided for by the law 44/12. And so Energy is able to provide that information, could be consulted, but of course a preliminary study by the municipalities is necessary for the municipalities to be able to interact with these energy companies. So on the part of the municipalities, a preliminary study is fundamental for them to be able to know, for example, the budget, more or less, the interventions that are to be implemented, and then the dialogue and exchange of views that will then follow will bring about the best possible answers by the ESCOs. On the basis of that result, the final invitation to tender will take place of the procedures and measures to be taken as soon as they are finalized. So I believe that, yes, this is a way to bypass the first step, as the question asks. The third question, thank you, Mr. Iadridis. Is there necessary for a contractor to bring guarantees, and what kind of guarantees can be granted by contractors? I don't know, maybe Mr. Iatridis or Mrs. Athanassakou would like to have the floor.
Να πω λίγο για τα κτίρια.
Allow me
Σε αυτά τουλάχιστον που
to
εμείς
talk
μελετάμε
about
αυτή
the
τη
buildings.
στιγμή
At least
με
the buildings we have been involved
του
with,
Προντέσα,
and the municipalities of Prodesa. Unfortunately, Mrs. Athanassakou has slightly problematic
Δηλαδή δεν προβλέπονται κάποιες εξασφαλίσεις.
No, no guarantees are envisaged. Probably, I'm thinking of guarantees or the municipal resources. No, in no calls we are working on is there the need to submit this kind of warranty. The municipalities need to have the necessary resources. Well, this goes without saying. At a certain point in time, we have tried to create a guarantee framework together with the consignment fund, with guarantees to be offered to ESCOs when they would enter into an EPC with the municipalities. But this was not successful. With the recent leadership of the Consignment and Deposit Fund, although it is envisaged by the law governing the Electra mechanism. So the Electra project envisages such a framework of guarantees with frescoes, which is not the case for Prodesa. Probably the recovery fund in the future will indeed create such a framework of guarantees, which will be beneficial for the companies will have access to favorable loans and it will also enhance trust.
Fourth question. Guarantees, municipalities, when it comes to energy saving, let me remind you the question that will be achieved through the intervention and who is the guarantor for the success of each intervention. Please. Mr. Psamas, whoever, Mr. Iatridis, whoever wants. Yes, I could take that.
Κυρίως, ναι. Μ' ακούτε?
Can you hear me? Yes, of course.
Λοιπόν, νομίζω ότι εδώ στην περίπτωση των συμβάσεων ενεργειακής απόδοσης περιγράφεται μέσα η διασφάλιση της εξοικονόμησης ενέργειας το οποίο πρέπει να επιτύχει ο ανάδοχος. Σε περίπτωση που δεν πετύχει το ποσοστό της εξοικονόμησης στην οποία περιγράφεται, τότε θα πρέπει να υπάρχει μάλλον ρήτρα η οποία περιγράφεται μέσα στη σύμβαση απομείωσης
of reduction according to the non-performance of the goal that has been promised. So in that case, there is a way
κατά κάποιο τρόπο να περιορίσουμε το πραγματικό
to limit
την πραγματική πίστοση
the real credit that would be guaranteed by the contractor. That is, the contractor is obliged to meet that energy saving percentage that has been predefined. Okay, good. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Edwards. May I add to that, please? Yes, please. Let me say that within the different procurement, we can see the measuring and monitoring program of the energy efficiency yearly. According to it, each municipality, through an independent body that for us, since we are in Prodesa, we shall believe that CRES is this independent body, will control and with the contractor of the different infrastructure installed in the buildings, and we shall see that indeed there is this saving promised from the beginning by the contractor. And if this report, if this verification report doesn't have the percentages expected, then we shall implement the closest measures by Mr. Iatridis earlier. Right, quite right. Mrs. Mazzavinatou is quite right. Yeah, this is the correct way. Measurement verification will take place from a third independent body. In this case, it will be CRES.
η αναφορά θα είναι στην απόδοση των συστημάτων, δηλαδή κατά πόσο τα συστήματα τα οποία έχουν τοποθετηθεί θα διασφαλίσουν
will guarantee in the future the performance predefined by these contractors. Thank you so much. Question number 5. We will do, but I don't know who is going to take it. Why haven't we seen any projects in the public buildings up to now? Project through EPC. I don't know the reply to that. Mr. Iatridis, what goes on with public buildings or all the other panelists? May they reply to that? Well, look, I believe that in the public sector there have been no EPC projects unless the cases of street lighting, except for those cases. This is a different situation. But when it comes to public buildings, no, there have been no such interventions. I would say that a problem that exists is the uncertainty of novelty, for sure. When it comes to the competent authority, there is no precedent, which is something that stops the awarding authorities themselves, either municipalities or other bodies of the public sector, to continue their efforts. Then, when it comes to the contractors, there is also a problem. Contractors need projects that will be for buildings of high consumption, that is, they could invest more easily in public hospitals because consumptions are very high and quite rapidly they can have the payoff period and the offset period. More rapidly they will be able to leave the contract. They will have a shorter time to remain in the same contract. If I may add something to that, to Mr. Iatridis, please. The intervention to the shell of the buildings, we know that they have a big offset times, so to put it simply, these are the less attractive for an ESCO company. That is why one of the main goals of Prodesa was to have a combination of interventions like street lighting or PVs with low amortization times and some interventions in the building, especially in the electrical equipment, and then when it comes to the shell, so that the average amortization time would be acceptable by the contractors. Well, when it comes to something else, Mr. Kelemenis could say or could argue, exactly because this was not tested in practice, I'm talking about the EPC, such a contract is not a simple text, it's something very heavy, many pages. I think that this is one of the values of Prodesa, giving some standards of some templates of this contract working with the people of local authorities. I believe that we could help municipalities overall to step on that foundation, so more easily they could sign this contract shortly. If I may add something to what Mr. Tsomas and Mina said, I believe that we are in a very blurry situation. What happens now with this situation, with these contracts, is something innovative. It might be widespread in Europe and in the world. It has started in Greece. I believe that in the years to come we shall see it developing in a very speedy way. There are some inherent problems that are related to procedures, to legal docs, to the culture, of course, and the procedures to be followed. I believe that in the years to come, even with some difficulties that can be always met during the first phases of such innovative solutions and institutions, there will be a rule, like other issues in energy or outside of energy. It takes some time to become the norm or the rule. I believe that this will happen through these contracts, and we can see it happening more and more in the years to come. But it takes time. It takes some time to adapt and to become aware of all this. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Kelemenis, for your intervention. Now, sixth question. Sixth question. Now, how is it possible measurement and monitoring of energy saved? How can we do that?
Who would like to answer to this? I don't mean to be the only one to take the floor, but measurement and monitoring is feasible thanks to dedicated equipment. So once the new equipment is installed, measuring devices are installed. We suggest specific measuring devices in order to record the new system's energy efficiency in the Prodesa project, and I believe that all our municipalities will take care of measurement and monitoring for the duration of the project thanks to that. And measuring devices will also provide information on the overall energy consumption for the entire period of use of the equipment. Anyone else? Allow me also to add here that the CRES may also validate that the measurements made are acceptable according to the specific EPC. Great. And the seventh question is, what is the maximum duration of an EPC, of an energy performance contract? Representatives of the municipalities, Mrs. Atanasakou, Mr. Iatridis, what is the maximum duration? No, it usually does not go beyond 12 years, although there are some 15-year contracts abroad. Usually, the usual duration is 12 years approximately, I believe. It depends on the equipment involved. I should dare to say, if a building envelope, for example, is involved, then the duration may be longer. In case there's no building envelope, we can have a duration even shorter than 12 years, which is better for all the parties, so that the municipalities get free from similar contractual obligations in a shorter period of time. Who would like to answer to the question asked by Mr. Theocharis? Now, I would like to answer and say that I find it difficult for a municipality to receive a loan from a private entity unless this is the equipment supplier. I mean, the relation starts becoming a bit complicated, especially when we talk about long-term loan agreements, and knowing that at the end of the day, municipal authorities have a specific mandate, and so probably they will be replaced by the previous municipal leadership quickly. I find it easier to use these capitals in order to finance an ESCO, because ESCOs, for some interventions worth some millions of euro, may find it difficult to finance these interventions, or at least may fail to have access to favorable conditions. So in this case, the ESCOs could cooperate with these private investments because that would lead to a win-win situation. Financiers, in that case, will have the certainty that ESCO will receive the money back from the municipality, which will have saved money out of the energy savings, and I believe that this is by far more realistic scenario, especially at the beginning when it is difficult to finance ESCOs and when we do not have the guarantees that ESCOs would need. Private capitals from abroad would be a good option. A question for Mr. Psomas, please. Apart from energy projects, do you believe that private investment can be made for other projects? For example,
οποίος θα μπορούσε να αναπτυχθεί.
There may be a gulf.
Κάτι τέτοια παρόμοια έργα. Υπάρχει θέληση, υπάρχει
όροφο. Όροφο είπε, όχι όμως.
Είναι πολύ νωρίς ακόμα.
For example, if we want to to build another story or in another sector. Now, there are some sectors like waste management, for example. We can have the PPP, which can be a useful option. Unfortunately, Greece lags behind, but private investments, private capitals are necessary in other sectors as well. But allow me to repeat, it is important for the contracting party of the municipality to be the contractor, and so that you will have a direct contact with the contractor. I believe this is more realistic as an option. A last question, please. A great way to achieve a amortization is the use of public equities. Is there any legislative arrangement that would allow that? For example, I enter into a contract. But we could have the requirement of entering to a stock exchange in order to have a shorter amortization period. Would that be too complicated? I believe yes, especially when municipalities are involved. This is why I said that it would be better for you not to enter into an agreement with the municipality. Many of these companies, or the potential companies, are companies which have also other activities, and in some cases they are part of big groups that have gone public. So when it comes, when we have to do with a contract between private parties, then of course there is no problem. Oh, thank you very much. Thank you very much for your questions and your answers. The Vice Mayor of Kerkyra has asked the floor. I'm not sure whether she is here already for some questions she wanted to raise. Yes, good afternoon. Thank you. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. Welcome. How is your mayor? Our mayor is very well, and she is having another webinar right now, so she could not come. My name is Jane Panagiotta. I am Deputy Mayor for European Project Development and Digital Governance of Central Kerkyra Municipality. So I would like to make reference to our municipality's good practices and what we have managed to achieve over the past 21 months, from September 2019, when we took office. Our municipality comes from the division of the single municipality of Corfu into 3 smaller municipalities. Now, the municipal leadership has decided to turn our municipality into a smart, green and sustainable insular municipality, able to guarantee effective solutions for a series of problems, in legacy problems as the waste collection one, for example. So in the first 21 of our mandate, we have managed to be approved by the European Commission ICC project, 100 Smart Cities of Europe, aiming at helping the participating cities in digitalization in their green and smart development and the upgrade of the quality of life of our citizens. So in a struggle to minimize the carbon footprint, we have focused on green energy, green mobility, digitalization of our services, waste management and circular economy, which is why Amongst other things, we have executed the Covenant of Mayors for Energy and Climate. The Pondia Islands are the part of the external borders, and 2 out of 3 of them are not even interconnected to the grid, and they are administrative part of our municipality. We also have decided to replace all the bulbs of street lighting with LED bulbs. So we have decided to organize the Climathon Corfu, which will be organized on a yearly basis in order to raise our awareness about climate change, mitigation, and of course, for our island, waste management is a major challenge, a problem for all the municipalities and regions of this country. And Corfu is trying to respond to this problem. The solution we can suggest, inspired by other advanced European capitals and cities, focuses on 5 pillars: the creation of as many as possible separate waste management premises able to take care of a sorting at source, waste collection at source, depending on the materials, smart recycling corners, separate sorting, etc. Waste management. The waste management system will be turned into smart waste management by the installation of GPS devices on the waste collection trucks and the installation of sensors on the bins in order to reduce the carbon footprint of the municipality and a smart management depending on how full the bin can be. We also intend to make the best possible use of all channels to raise awareness for our fellow citizens who will be enabled to recycle at source by promoting reciprocity measures, especially when it comes to the separate collection with the big tourist units, hotels, etc. We also will intensify our efforts. We have decided to take also measures in order to promote the reuse of the waste according to the circular economy principle. So our municipality to date has managed to create for the first time in all the Ionian Sea the first network of cigarette butt collection by installing specific butt collection bins in specific spots of the islands. We have a synergy with the Corfu Port Authority and the Aegean Rebri Environmental NGO, and through that synergy, on May 22nd and 23rd, an integrated program of decontamination of specific beaches of our island will take place, while at the same time we will be a founding municipality for the creation of the first network of municipalities to safeguard the marine environment in Greece. We also have a partnership with a non-for-profit organization, GiveMed, to prevent contamination by non-expired medicines and the coverage of the needs of our social pharmacy. The municipality of Corfu intends to create a network for the separate collection of bulbs, small electrical appliances, with the installation of specific collection spots. We will stop. We will also remove all the abandoned vehicles with a view to guaranteeing safety and a high quality of life for our municipalities, in order also to releasing parking spots and of course taking care of the aesthetics of our municipality. Recycle.corfu.gr will be our portal that will mirror all the efforts made in recycling, environment safeguarding, and climate change mitigation. Various answers will be given to the questions asked by our citizens, and you are free to consult, to visit our web page in order to gain more insight. Mr. Dimoulis created that web page. This was a deliverable of the ICC's project, and allow me to conclude by saying that by the end of summer in the city of Kerkira, Corfu, there will be QR codes on 150 public buildings, and the tourists, the visitors, by scanning these QR codes may find out more about the buildings.
Thank you, Ms. Jane, for your useful information. And of course, Corfu is in our hearts. We come there every year. I believe it's important for municipalities to present. That's a challenge, the project that you are doing when it comes to energy saving, energy efficiency, new technologies, so that they can be modernized. This is our goal for us in Kere and the whole spirit of modernity and modernism now in our country. Thank you for your intervention. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, and quite shortly we will be with you. Thank you so much, and we're waiting for you. We shall come to the end with the virus. We will be more than happy to join you. My dear colleagues of this beautiful panel, of this round table, that will come to an end. I would like to thank you. I would like to thank you. Let me give the floor for the conclusions to Platon Baltas, who is an executive director of the company Vditi. Vditi, am I right? Yes. You participate in Prodesa project. He is an expert in the field of energy, solar energy rather, and the stocking of energy. He has served in this field for 40 years, having many hats with innovative projects for the development of the sector in the public sector and the industry. For the last 10 years, he has been quite active in the development and financing of projects of production and stocking of electric energy. This is the one point of conclusion. The second one will come from my dear Stelios Psomas. He is a specialist, as we said before, a very important figure, a very important person for this procedure and for our agenda. He comes from Infinity Company in Prodesa. I would like to thank you all. I would like to thank the municipalities because you were up to that time present to present your program. I would like to thank Chris. I would like to thank all of you who participated in this conference. And please, let us start with Mr. Baltas. He is with us. Yes, I am with you. But I would rather Stelios start and me be the second. Yes, of course. No objection. Stelios, you have the floor. Yes, because we are collaborating for many years with him. We are a family. We have become a family anyway. This is the good ambience that we have here. Stelios, yes, I will try to be brief. I will try to be very brief because the hours were many and I understand that it can be tiring. from the very first meeting, which was the more political one, I kept something said by the Secretary General, Mrs. Duku, that energy efficiency, RES, protection of climate, and especially at the level of local authorities, will become our new normality. We wouldn't have such enthusiasm about these matters if this conference was taking place 15 years ago. This year, this is self-obvious. This is self-evident. It's something everybody wants, which is quite pleasant. If everybody wants something, then this will happen. I keep from the European part the fact that not only there is a regulatory framework at the European level which enhances the effort of energy yield and promotion of renewable sources, but the different community bodies, either this is about institutional bodies, regulatory bodies, or about financing bodies, they understand the absolute need to exist financial support of all these measures. So we can say and be certain about it that in the immediate future there will be European resources to move on with the execution of these projects. On the other hand, as mentioned many times today, the public resources, either European or not, do not suffice. There must be a leverage of different funds. From what we're able to see from different funds and banks, there will be capital resources available for immediate projects in the years to come. About the financing tools available, obviously I believe that the key message is that luckily there is a wide range of tools, provided that each municipality will find the best mix appropriate for its needs, appropriate for each project, and of course stepping on the job done in Prodesa. We shall be able quite shortly, and I repeat that word shortly, because in Prodesa we were to tackle some unprecedented problems. It was a first. Energy saving per se is a tough issue even for the private sector. Let aside the public sector, and of course let aside some municipalities which don't have necessary technical support, and daily they have to face a maze of bureaucratic procedures. For instance, laws on public procurement, we're talking about thousands of pages. It's not easy for a municipality to be that flexible. So what can be hard once for a private body, it can be dually hard for a municipality. What we tried to do in Prodesa was to help in the best possible way all municipalities in order to take these necessary steps. And I believe that to some extent we managed to do so. Please, now let me give the floor to my colleague. Yes, thank you. Let me tell you another type of conclusion, because you've covered the majority of them, Stelios. A remark rather, working in this project and facing all the different problems, mainly at the level of regulation and the level that there could have been simple solutions, like the provision of guarantees that could make a huge difference, something that we struggled about, the whole team struggled about it for many, many years, and I would say that we delivered. But a general remark, which is the following: as you have all seen, our world changes rapidly, and it takes an immediate adaptation of our country and of Europe in order not to face problems like the economic crisis that lasted for 10 years. Especially when it comes to energy, I would say that I work on RES and storing of energy for the last 40 years. I've seen the majority of changes during the last 5 years. The change is taking place now. Changes are not just about technology. We have changes at the level of financing schemes, that will be implemented in the public sector, but also we have changes in business plans, like the one of ESCO. This adaptation, which is absolutely necessary, requires the necessary HR in the municipalities. We are not just talking about the staff of the municipalities that will be adequately trained. Many people have diplomas or masters, but they lack something. In my view, what they lack is the incentives for the people of the municipalities and reward. A reward for them to work hard and undertake initiatives. Let me here stress that a reward should not only come in a financial scheme. KEDE could do that centrally, because in my view, and this is our experience from this project, there is a huge gap there. Especially in Prodesa, and due to the lack of experience, there have been people in many municipalities who worked hard and undertook initiatives and responsibilities. Because you know, when a municipal person undertakes a responsibility, this is to the bad and not to the good of him or herself. In my view, this is a true patriotism. This is how I would put it. Moreover, until local authorities find a way to talk about the reward of these people, we must tell them thank you. The ones who are now in the panel, let's say, who have worked a lot, who have worked in a patriotic way. That was all by me. Thank you. Thank you so much. We would like to thank Platon, Baltas, and Stelios. Let me tell you, Platon, that quite rightly, you mentioned the staff of the municipalities because indeed they have to go through dire straits many times with minimum tools, and they must support this whole novelty which changes rapidly, because this is the bet. This is the bet. They can support this whole effort, the effort that we are discussing, what is being done in many different sectors. So it takes initiatives following the new administration, and through the support of the ministers daily, we are trying to convey that image. That is, we must vote for new laws. There must be a new beginning, in essence, for the staff of local authorities, because local authorities are now invited to play a key role. And this was obvious during the migratory crisis and in the pandemic. Broadly speaking, throughout this course of our country and throughout the course of our society, local authorities stood up, and let me here say that many municipalities are here to implement novelties, different energy sources. There is an evolution in that. We must also renew and improve our staff with new data, with new targets, so that they can offer better services to what is ante portas. Coming to the end of this 7-hour beautiful journey that we embarked upon today, with many significant speakers, ministers, politicians. We heard the European policies, national policies. We heard the financing tools that exist out there in Europe and in our country, that might be used for what we want to build from scratch. Let me tell you that KEDE, the Central Union of Municipalities and Local Authorities, are at the heart of this effort. I'm very satisfied because we had many viewers, many participants, more than 150 people from what they are telling me. They stayed with us, they stayed tuned throughout this conference online. They took some notes, they heard what we said, and a new dialogue will be born, because Prodesa, yes, Prodesa was implemented in some municipalities. 30 municipalities will get their technical assistance, but this is just the beginning. KEDE, the PR Directorate and the Department of European Projects, which supports us daily, as well as the staff of KEDE, Mrs. Hamakioti especially, we shall all strive, along with our president, in order to bring more programs, more novelties, to Greece and pave the way, because what we must all see is what is ante portas and get prepared all together. We need the state to be with us so that they can empower legal authorities through legal interventions in order not to get lost in multiple laws, but be able to solve problems to the benefit of all, to the benefit of those who can get to a change, to the benefit of our citizens. Thank you very much for your patience. Thank you very much for your intervention. We will be here with you throughout this big effort. Thank you. I'm wishing you all the best. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. Bye-bye. Take care. Bye-bye.